Coyote Creek. Ryan Reynolds' brother is a teacher at a school that has coyote in its name. His other brother is an RCMP officer, and that one's name is Patrick. One of their names is Patrick. I feel like the RCMP officer's name is Patrick. I reposted a lot of TikToks and then got to Ryan Reynolds, in which the comment section gaslit me into thinking Ryan Gosling was not Canadian. I was like, why do I think he's Canadian? Because he met your sister in Vancouver and he is Canadian. And he is. And I was like, London. I was like, London, Ontario, right? Not London, UK. That would be even more of a shock. Ryan Gosling. Ryan Reynolds came into Starbucks chapters that I worked at with two friends who were not celebrities, I believe. He was on Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place at the time. I was working with Ryan number 3. I don't remember at what point in our relationship Ryan Reynolds came in, but his name was Ryan and I wrote it on a cup, right? I dated Ryan number 3 because I'd already dated 2 Ryans previously. That's how I met Ryan Reynolds. He doesn't remember my name, right? But I remember that's how I learned his name was Ryan, and he wasn't the guy from Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place, right? He only came in the once from what I remember. It's not like he was a regular. My sister, before that, while I was still in Lethbridge, before moving to Vancouver, had gotten hit on at the Roxy in downtown Vancouver by Ryan Gosling, and then showed up for set the next day on Breaker High as an extra, and he was one of the main actors, whose best friend went on to be a psychiatrist on a medical drama, Dr. Frome. We got some things because again we got the repost to watch, and then so the school Ryan Reynolds is rumored to have burnt down is named Queen Elizabeth in New Westminster. And as this one is going to say, do we trust Reddit? No. But do we trust that somebody went to the school and knows that he did not burn it down? Yes, actually. Yeah. Anyone here know anything about Queen Elizabeth's elementary school fire? This is a video that he says it in, but it's like,
Cars?
One.
Rental cars are not cool. It's cool when you can pick the exact car you want, exactly where you want, for exactly what you need. No one needs this. Turo. Rent a car, not a rental car.
I was little. My dad was a cop, and my brother is a Mountie.
That makes sense. All right. I'll just checking the dates. This one, I don't know, April 14th? And one's April 15th, I believe. I believe this was posted on April 15th, like the Reddit one. Am I right? April 15th, 2025. Ryan Reynolds talks about torture in elementary school. It's only 2 minutes and 49 seconds. The other one's like 2 hours that it links to. This one down here. Anyone know anything more? The one comment down here. Echo, I want to know something. I want to know something too. This one, though, this is not true. Because in 1987, yes, the Queen Elizabeth Elementary School did burn down, but it was located in Queensborough, New Westminster. Ryan went to school in Kitsilano. I know this because I attended Queen Elizabeth from kindergarten to grade 7 when I went to high school in grade 8 in 1987. When the school burned down because I was one of the suspects, the police questioned Ryan Reynolds did not attend there. I was one of the people police questioned, right? Ryan Reynolds was not. He wasn't on anyone's radar. You know what I mean? He was joking. Which horrific joke, right? Especially as a celebrity. The school is named Queen Elizabeth School. Dear God. The woman who stole some children, rumored, allegedly. But then the man who was supposed to, not allegedly, actually go to the UK to testify, got murdered. In St. Paul's. Sorry, there was just somebody in Vancouver who was like, look at this, the beautiful hospital or something like that. And they're like, the hospital? That's our downtown hospital. That's it. There's like 5 in Vancouver. Vancouver's not a very big city. That being said, women's and children's are cutting right by each other in different hospitals. And then St. Paul's downtown, VGH, our big one, Mount St. Joseph. I think that's it. Oh, UBC? Nope, there's UBC Hospital too. And then the other ones like Burnaby, Surrey, and I'm sure other ones I don't even know the name of that aren't in Vancouver itself. I'm sure Richmond's got some hospitals. Basically, just the name of his school is the fact that it's Ryan Reynolds. Who, again, was the only celebrity, two celebrities, Ryan Reynolds and Brandon Fraser, who it came to the kiosk and somebody who was a bigger fan was on break and she ended up being my roommate eventually. Anyway, Brad Fraser. This is very confusing because Brad Fraser is my cousin who gave Keanu Reeves a start, and his name was on the chapters. And Brandon Fraser, the actor, also came in. Eon remembers most Robin Williams coming in because he came in a lot. I don't remember ever seeing Robin Williams in. It was a chapters in Starbucks in downtown Vancouver. Like a lot of, you know what I mean? A lot of people came in. And like all customer service, right? Like you remember the customers don't necessarily remember you unless, there's a reason to. Let's watch the arson thing. Because the woman who gave this story, the reason he set a tree on fire. A living tree. What kind of psychopath burns a tree? Everyone burns trees in fire. What? That a young boy might not understand the difference between a living tree, which you don't burn because it's green and produces smoke, not right because it's living. As a child going camping, I was never told not to take what because it's green, not because it's living. Now, right? Try to ask the tree if you can take a flower, a leaf, something. It can say no. How does it say? Whatever. We live in different worlds now. The tree.
He's an RCMP officer. So I looked up to them, and I wanted to be in that field, And then I think it was around sixth grade. I was with my other brother, and we were at our elementary schools on the weekend, and we were trying to set fire to the building. And I thought at that moment, I'm probably not going to be a cop. And I thought maybe the next logical step was either, some form of criminality or showbiz, which is almost the same thing.
Well, I don't want to misquote the man, so we're going to read his words that he told the Arizona Daily Star December 8th, 2004. Once he
So what we get for not watching the whole thing. December 8th. He told them December 8th. Okay. The day the rabbi of Pearl Harbor lost his virginity to me. The day Sinead O'Connor was born. Those are the only two dates on there. And the first one I said it was Sinead O'Connor's birthday up until the other one clicked into. I also had my very first date with Ryan 3 on Ryan Gosling's birthday.
burned down a wing of his elementary school, then covered up the crime until now. I apologize to all the fine students and the faculty, said Reynolds, who admits he set fire to a tree, which led to a building catching fire. No one found out who it was. I think the statute of limitations has ran out. I just hope I don't find out that some poor schmo had spent time in jail for it. Okay, so he tells the Arizona Daily Star this back in 2004. But then I have him.
This one clearly states December 7th, 2004, which, because Pearl Harbor, is the date Pearl Harbor was attacked. Long before me or Ryan were born. Or Ryan. Any of the Ryans I've mentioned.
Telling that panel with AOL that him and his brother went to the school on a weekend and tried to set a fire. But in this article, he says he definitely set the fire to a tree in a corner wing of the building. Which of those times was he telling the truth? Which of those times was he lying? I'm not interested in any of those. I'm interested in the fact that the story was told on two separate occasions in different ways, but it happened. Where there is smoke, you bet your ass somebody lit a fire.
Oh, so Kitsilano in New West. No idea where in New West it is. The Queen Elizabeth School, but Kitsilano is quite a ways away from New West, which is a whole different city. I think there's a couple in between Vancouver and New West. Burnaby might be more than one. Might be more than just Burnaby. Kitsilano, and he might have gone and started a fire in the Kitsilano school, right, and had this whole experience, and then found out his school actually burned down and it's got all gobbled in his brain, right? Oh my God, I did that. No, you didn't. You're different school. Fun. How many schools burned down? Because the school close to us at one point in my kid's life burnt, not to the ground, but burnt, and the kids had to go to a different school nearby for a while. How many? Coyote and Queen Elizabeth School. And sorry, Queen Elizabeth is under renovations. I was trying to like, did when he went there, was it called Queen Elizabeth? Because she wasn't a queen. You know what I mean? She was been a queen your whole life, Jubilee. It's Charles. What am I thinking? What the fuck am I thinking? I think her husband. What literally, Jubilee. She was a queen since World War II. What the fuck are you talking about? That I don't remember things being named after her to quite the same degree. Queen Elizabeth Park. There's definitely things named after her. I don't know why. Like, well, for some reason I was like, maybe it got renamed more recently after her death. Just like on all of her money aging. Her whole, like, even I think younger than, like, literally it's what she's known for, being a queen for so long. I'm like, last Tuesday, right? No, Jubilee, no. You're literally thinking of her son, Charles. Who, you know what I mean, was like, well, I'm never going to be king. I can date all the women. All right. Oh, let's listen to the rest of this. There's so much left. I made the wrong part.
God damn it. Somebody, can y'all, what? It's giving real unsub behavior. It's giving perp. It's giving the BAU needs to pull up on him. Morgan and Hotch and them need to pull up. Check a basement, check a cellar, check something.
Find out.
I knew it at some point in time. It's probably how Scarlett Johansson came up, but he used to be married to Scarlett Johansson. It was my mother's birthday. Didn't look up the wedding dates. Don't really care. What are we looking at now? Let's go to my reposts. Sorry, it's getting renovations to have 525 more seats. It's literally what it says. Not 530, not 524, 525 seats, i.e. May 25th, Allie's birthday. Oh, it came up a bunch yesterday. She's back. Oh, I haven't checked her reposts because, you know what I mean? I checked her list. It's not that bad. It's just only have one nightmare of a human at a time, guys. Carlos and Alec need to get together and decide who's got TikTok. Jubilee can't handle both. That's actually Carlos Dillard first. I don't think this is Allie's main account, the one I have access to. She could be posting on the other one. I wouldn't know. His whole thing is hair transitions. Like, is this so he can write them off? Morning, Chelsea. I don't think there's anything new. Picking up dog poop. His scalp being taken care of. Costa Rica. Sorry. They've been all over the place. It's just what popped up. We're not checking those. I don't really want to. We're only doing what I want to do. Gonna be a new one. No. Uncomfortable. Log in to make most of their TikTok experience. Might I find some of them uncomfortable? Like the ones that literally name me? Yes. Or other people doing things they didn't do. Good times. Lydia from 29th came up yesterday too. Like probably not in the reposts. Let's go to me. I was busy yesterday. My existence does prove God. I need literally anyone, any theist, non-theist, to come and have a conversation about that. Like how? Even if I was delusional as fuck and seeing dragons. Those are two different things. But like, how could no one want to come and have a conversation about my pet dragon? You know what I mean? Breaks down reality as we know it. Science doesn't make sense if I exist with the signs and symbols. And I do exist, and so do the signs and symbols. So it is indeed science and reality that we pretend we're building upon that does not make sense. Anyone want to come put together the giant mystery that is actual truth in existence? Because what y'all got going on does not make sense. My existence breaks down reality.
Tower, Frontier, Tower, Frontier 4345, we're stopping on the runway.
The plane. We covered this last time and found out about it, I think, on my last live. I didn't know it was in Denver, Colorado. Right. And then my next reaction finding out Ellie's posting, which, you know what I mean? There's no reason for me to think she's not alive. Is it wrong for me to want that one person in the alley? You know what I mean? I'm like, there's a dead person. I'm not wishing she went on the runway and got hit. Just somebody did, right? Somebody in Colorado. The only one, you know what I mean? Wouldn't be upset about, gotta say. Is that the same as asking her to take her life? Not even close. Not, you know what I mean, dropping her off at the airport, not encouraging it, not, there is a dead person. The living tree. Psychopath. Like, I'm like, am I a psychopath? For me, like, I'm not even really wishing her dead. I'm just like, if there's someone dead, being hit by a plane seems pretty weird. Plane hit a pedestrian, somebody on the runway, a human outside of a vehicle at Denver Airport. What day was it? Yesterday or today? May 8th or 9th, either day. Denver. This giant God knows in BC floating in the sky. Y'all aren't ready for world peace and to start making sense of it all yet? No? Well, when you
Tower, Frontier.
Random internet stranger, right, giving Timber advice to go talk through what she's talking through on the internet with a don't know. I watched a bit of Timber's stuff because again had other things to do yesterday. We're gonna watch the red shirt dress one together, which is the first one that was put up. This one though, right? That me literally commenting about like, what the fuck do you mean you gave her a flower? I was just being nice. Were you, you fucking idiots? I can't. Our mental health field is fucking crazy pants. Crazy pants. Doesn't know what the fuck it's doing with anyone. Well, sorry, the internet's like, why are they letting her on the internet? Why are they letting any of you on the internet? To make fun of her. You know what I mean? To set trees on fire. Constantly like, not a living tree. Like you give a fuck about living trees. Therapist of the internet being crazy. Therapy and psychiatry don't exist, and I'm going to need anyone to come help create the mental health support our world actually needs. The one that's not delusional. Including where that man who's now come on the internet and shown his full face and been like, don't interact with her, gave her a flower in jail, hospital, wherever it was that happened, gave everyone flowers, thereby making her jealous and upset. our mental health system that has a diagnosis called delusional disorder, of which I got, and one of those is romantic. One of those might be thinking you're dating someone who you're not actually. So many of them are jealousy and anger and quick to fight, flight, freeze, fawn responses. And yet our system has the professionals in charge of people locked away, no one but them to interact with or other patients. Who else are you going to fall in love with and put that source onto? And yet they're not right? Flowers at Valentine's Day, Hawaiian shirt Friday, delusional fuckery. I have things to do, so we will be watching Timber later. Because hours to cover with Jubilee. Timber's welcome to come and have a conversation. Everyone is. No one ever does. Timber might want to come have a conversation on YouTube. Live, I'll chat with you. Random internet stranger, right? Giving Timber advice to go talk through what she... James Charles, born May 23rd, my parents' wedding anniversary, although he was born in 99. Post-Columbine. James Charles, who's never worked a day in his life, ever, right? He's just only done what he wants to do, what he can do. What he's aware is going to make him the most money in ego strokes. Made fun of a woman who reached out to him for help after being laid off by Spirit Airlines, as everyone was with the bankruptcy. James Charles tantrum he recorded and posted online, and people saying he's not cancelable. He's absolutely cancelable. He's only there because of fans. Fans of makeup? Of snark? What does he do? Like, what does he actually do? When brands won't work with him because nobody will buy the stuff that he touches. And he just got there. I think he just got there. Making fun of a bunch of people who got laid off in this economy? Well, you're an entitled, spoiled influencer. Crazy pants, Charles. Crazy pants. And have the audacity to be born on my parents' wedding anniversary. James Charles, born May...
A DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot."
Our Hollywood and storytelling has fucked us over royally. Our Instagrammers, right? Our influencers. Ellie Priestley has definitely said it. I'm a person! I'm a person! The person who DM'd you is an actual fucking person. You absolutely horrific human being, right? And she got laid off with a bunch of other human beings. We all want the Spirit airline, right? A bunch of people wanted to start their own airline because of it. Almost revolutions, and then a white guy to do work, and he was like, no. Grow the fuck up? I don't think so. You can't have a collective airline that charges ridiculously low passenger fares. That nobody understands economics or business, including and especially the businessmen. Crazy pants.
To me, I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I haven't lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help. I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job. Yeah, try that.
James Charles is a...
Let Jubilee put that in his eyes for a moment. What do we think James Charles's actual job is going to be? Because he's done. You know what I mean? Like, what a fucking entitled brat. Like, I wish everyone who was up his butt, right? It was like, yeah, no, that's... Sorry. My mom also has to work a job. My kids have to work jobs. You're an entitled fucking asshole who puts on pretty makeup and gets paid a ridiculous amount of money because you were one of the first. That's it. You're not the best. You're not, you know what I mean? There's people way better makeup artists online. Like, way better. That is what he's famous for. Makeup artist. And getting canceled and being uncancelable because he doesn't give a fuck. No, he does. He cares about money. He'll like, go get a job. You're gonna need one soon. You're just Adriel'd yourself.
Nasty, arrogant, rotting jockstrap with STDs. Who has the emotional maturity of a spoiled teenage girl? A woman lost her job after Spirit Airlines filed bankruptcy protection and sent him a message asking for help. She was scared. She was trying to figure out how she was going to pay her bills. She reached out in hope. And this smug, self-important Wish.com influencer narcissist decided to turn her desperation into content. He laughed at her. He called her lazy. He called her entitled. He told her to get a job.
Because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled.
He's projecting on himself. Like, that is literally what he knows about himself. Thinks everyone else thinks of, and it's true. You were a lazy, entitled, get a fucking, like, do something with your life, James Charles. Contribute to the world. Don't be such an entitled, spoiled fucking brat who gets paid, right, to look pretty on camera and have an opinion that nobody fucking cares, right? What is your political stance?
He is truly the skid mark on the underpants of society. A walking biohazard. A human-shaped pile of...
Right? I'll take clavicular in his real authentic truth. Creepy as fuck, but real authentic truth. Then James Charles, whenever this fuckery is, right? Talk about masking. Talk about fake as fuckery. Since day fucking one. You know what I mean? It's 1999 crawled out of your mother with fake as fuck. I'm kidding. I don't hold any grudges and babies now or previous, right?
of refuse. Imagine being so devoid of empathy that your first instinct is to publicly humiliate someone who just got laid off. And the rich part is, James Charles has the audacity.
With Spirit, like, are you fucking kidding me? And part of bankruptcy is you don't get paid. Flight attendants were stranded in other countries. And it's all the company doesn't know when they're going to file bankruptcy, but it's how it goes, right? And then the riches get paid first and most, and the employees don't, right? It's not like, well, we got to give our employees their last paycheck because, gee, were they counting on it and living paycheck to paycheck? If ever there was a time for a GoFundMe, it's when a company doesn't pay their employees. A useless as fuck, everybody knows they get bailed out, generally. Their employees don't. Their employees get laid off and then hire a new useless as fuck group. Look like James Charles, like I fucking get. Talk about ignorant and lazy. Like, have you ever had a fucking thought? Yes, that you didn't record and put online? Make an ass of yourself? Also, no. So let's come have a chat, James.
To lecture anyone about character. For anyone who forgot, in 2021, James publicly admitted that he sent sexually explicit messages to 2 boys who were under 18. He is a walking Amber Alert, a pervert with millions of followers, a minor attracted menace. YouTube temporarily demonetized his channel. Morph dropped him. Most people would have taken that as a wake-up call and learned some humility. Apparently,
Tribune fucking cycle. Most people would have. Why have we seen him? He's not taking anything as a humility, right? No. And no, that's not how fucking life works. Double down. Now, if he can't make money online because his brand's been so fucking poisoned because he shit on enough people, right? Messaging 16-year-old boys when you're a 20-year-old, 19, I don't know. He's like barely, he's not even 25. He was born 99, Jubilee. Do the math. He's 27. He's about to turn 27. It might be 26. Usually I do an extra weird thing with the extra, you know what I mean, year. Divided by 7. No. Exponential 2. No. It's just one off, one way or the other. Sorry, what did you just say about James? Because now I gotta defend James because, just one human being.
Monetized his channel. Morph.
Oh, then he got one of the YouTube demonetized his channel. It sounds like it's back now. They're like, oh no, James is one of our first people. We got to give him money. He's gonna go somewhere else and take his audience with him. His audience, right, is up his butt like every other influencer cult. However, when he's crossed the line, this might be the cross the line, right? He's not Trump. He's not in office. He's not most people's messiah. Most people's like, oh, I liked the makeup technique. They can learn makeup technique anywhere else. Sorry, it's 3333 right now. What was just, SVU episode 33? Because someone was like, what's the episode? In the comments, it was like, I didn't double check it, but about a kid that is kidnapped at birth and I guess sold. Like the people who adopted him thought it was legit. On their side it was legit. They raised their kid till 12 and then I guess the kid goes back with the bio dad, which is also because so many dads who didn't find out they had a child or found out she was pregnant but were lied about the outcome, whose children were placed for adoption, or they know their child is placed for adoption, they have no legal rights. There's a man in Australia who was fighting for, I believe his child is American, and flying there and was like, that's my baby. If she's placed it for, I want the baby. It's like, no, you can't. But we're a weird species. We need to do better. Like yesterday.
Dropped him. Most people would have taken that as a wake-up call. And
the internet's collective psychosis about canceling someone, about LOL cows, about all of it. I wouldn't. I would be so embarrassed. You're not them, right? They're them. Are they someone who's a narcissistic fucking ego dick? Almost all yes. Irregardless of gender, of any of it. They're doing it for ego strokes, for looks, for views, for money. You just have to find their thing, right? Very few people are influencers trying to be online for a bigger purpose. And even when that bigger purpose, right, people are out there educating and they get Jen Hamilton, etc., it still gets intertwined, right, with all of the, wait, where do I end? Where do I begin? Where's my public persona? When I say something, everyone goes, okay, I got to be careful with what I say. Some people don't need to be careful with what they say, right? Ryan Reynolds. Who cares if I actually started a fire? Let's use it as my story. And I have stories from my youth that people I've told, and I know they're bullshit stories. Now I'm like, yeah, no, that's a bullshit story, but they wouldn't know that, right? Because I didn't call them all up, be like, by the way, entire Winston Churchill class, right? And someone's like, I did not go to school with Ryan Reynolds. I did go to that school that burnt down, though. It's like the opposite of people, not the opposite, similar to, but not quite the same as the Mindbender incident at West Edmonton Mall or any other eyewitness event where people are like, oh, I was almost there. My cousin's goldfish's cracker was right there. Like, whatever their closest relationship is with it. Our need to cancel people and poof people out of existence and be like, right, you don't get to exist anymore, right? Like Casey Anthony. I don't think that's available anymore. That's so sad. I wanted to rewatch that someday when I was going to be quite so cringing at myself. With Casey Anthony and trying to find the one documentary, and the one documentary that makes her look any kind of innocent is the one I was kind of first introduced, even though I lived through Casey Anthony. I wasn't following. I had other things going on. I watching it and being like, yeah, her dad's sketchy as fuck. Like her dad is sketchy. Her coming back to TikTok, and that was when I was introduced and like, okay, well, let's look at this video. The internet's like, absolutely not, you murdered your daughter, and we're all gonna defend her. How does that defend her? Our fucking delusion about who gets to do what, when, where, why, how. What a celebrity is, how much space they take up in our mind and knowledge, and therefore, right, like there's a point where they come into existence. We didn't know they existed beforehand, and it's generally not necessarily seeing them on screen for the first time. That's very rare, right? Like someone gets the starring role and they're a new name, and you learn their name, all of it, right? And their face, all of it. But once you know, right, Brad Pitt, any celebrity, Keanu Reeves, etc., exists, you have an opinion of them based on their roles you've seen them in, based on their interviews, based on the rumors and truths and everything you believe about them. Falling from grace of the pedestal, right? Are they on Epstein's list? Are they Cosby? Are they all of them? All the men, literally our entire economic system, the 3 Abrahamic religions, don't really know about the rest, but all the religions, like 90% of the patriarchal religions, all of the patriarchal religions, which are 90% of them, egotistical gods, egotistical men in charge without a fucking drop of sense. Not, let's teach men how to lead. Let's teach women how to be obedient. Do you see how those are different things? When someone's right, you don't need to teach a woman to get pregnant. You need to teach her how to not get pregnant, right? Like that's because it's natural. It's not natural to get married. It's not natural to tie yourself to a fucking idiot for your whole life. And then when they beat you and rape you and do all these things, you have to go to a court to be like, I don't like him. He's a dangerous fucker. We've all been lied to. Some of them are dangerous fuckers. And I got it. The person with the aspirin. I was like, I don't fucking understand. Was like, you're smart. If anyone understood, how could you? I was like, no, like I literally, I wouldn't type that out unless, what the fuck are you talking about? How does that have anything to do with men? She was making the M&M, right? If you had a bunch of M&Ms and one of them was poison, which one would you take, right? Or would you take one? 1,000 M&Ms and one's poison. No, I wouldn't, right? I might. I don't know. Depends how much I want an M&M. That's a pretty good odds. The aspirin, somebody putting it out in the aspirin, many people died. And I was like, there wasn't more men. I don't think we know who did it. I was like, why is there men? What? When people randomly poison the world. Like the perpetrators in a silly man, the victims weren't men. It was like, oh, the M&Ms. Got you. I would have understood M&Ms much better than look up the poison. I'm like, I know the poison aspirin. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't put those together, right? If she had told the story verbally and not on a fuck, you know what I mean? I might have. Who knows? I've been like, oh, she's talking about the M&Ms. Gotcha. And it's an analogy. Or can you pick the poison one? Except it's not 1 in 1,000. It's not. It's the other ratio. It's like, right, no, if you're not the fucking problem, you can come be amongst the women and children. You can come cook and clean and raise children and animals and probably have all the sex you could possibly want. Not monogamously tied to one person where your libido is really high and their libido's low, irregardless of whose is whose, and all of your sex is reliant on one person. Babies are created through sex. Babies have 2 genetic parents, for lack of 2 genetic contributors. They need a village. They need their mother in a way that we can't explain it to them why they might not have her, because they might not. It's dangerous giving birth. Mentally, physically, it's dangerous. Especially in a society forcing you to have a baby. After I gave birth, like I chose to get pregnant, chose to go through the whole process. And at the end, I was like, both, I can't imagine having aborted this human being who, again, chose all along the way. So yeah, that would have been devastating. I can't imagine being forced to go through that process if not wanting it 100%. I was somehow simultaneously both more pro-life and more pro-choice. I was like, this person that's here and is a person, and I'm glad she is here. That doesn't mean other people, right? I'm like, because to have to go through that process to create said person, horrific for person and me, if it wasn't 100% my, you know what I mean? Absolutely. Again, went out and sought, right? Didn't, oops, piano stick. Oops, 2 lines. Oh God, now what do I do? Which is many people's journey because they are enjoying and having the sex and oopsie to the baby. It happens. It happens. That we pretend, right? That when we're at our most stupid and fucking horny, coming into fear and anger and this delusional as fucking reality and teenage pregnancy, and instead of the adults growing the fuck up and right, we're like, you all need to stop. We need you. Don't be alone together, right? Don't be alone together. Oh, you're all having sex and oh, that didn't work. Dealing with who we are as a species, actually, how babies are made, how STDs are spread, how to not spread STDs and not make babies that aren't wanted, how to want the babies that are made because they're gifts from God, not to the dad, not as a property of the father's orgasm from 10 months ago. That's fucking crazy. Not even as property of the woman who carried and grew and birthed and probably fed and breastfed the baby. You know what I mean? Like, not even her. They're just a dyad till they're not. Not the mother-father dyad. That one's the fake as fuck one. That one's the one we had to make up matrimony and marriage because animals don't do that, right? He's in charge, full job! Like, fucking, that's crazy pants. He's got testosterone and muscles and no fucking self-control or patience? Crazy fucking pants.
Learned some humility. Apparently not, because here he is again. This playground parasite, acting like a sanctimonious little tyrant. And let's talk about his followers who keep enabling this nonsense. They look the other way. They make excuses. They keep clicking, liking, and supporting him as if nothing mattered. They're all built on a shaky ethical foundation, morally assembled with spare parts. And apparently their integrity was sold separately. Losing your job is terrifying. Asking for help takes courage. Publicly ridiculing someone at one of the worst moments in their life is low, classless, and deeply disgusting. James Charles is glitter.
Like, literally the opposite, an influencer whose public persona is all out in the fucking open, right? And they've, like, shown their metaphorical dick to the world, and they're like, why are people talking about it? I'm having a mental health crisis, stop! Delusional as fuck. Being said influencer, taking a person who isn't known, but did DM you, right? And everyone else who DM'd someone somewhere and like, oh my God, is that what they think about me? Maybe they aren't fucking stupid enough to come to the internet and be like, you're lazy. And what did you think of getting a job? Get a job. She had one and she was laid off, probably not paid for the last 2 weeks of her labor. Where he's like, I put on makeup and made $10,000. Do you love this eyeshadow? Buy it so I get paid.
On top of garbage. He's all aesthetic, no intellect. All contour, no character. He is a mean-spirited, glitter-covered infection that keeps proving that having millions of followers doesn't make you a decent human being. This dumpster pussy needs to go away. And that's the read. If you like your tea hot, share it, save your seat, and follow for more. This is the Notorious JTB, notoriously opinionated, signing out.
DM on here from a girl that said, this bitch, you lost your fucking job? Oh, why would I ever help you? You're
Right, no, that makes more sense. The one with all the stuff on the screen is the one that is the full one, right? I believe it's the full one. That's why I reposted, because the other one was someone's opinion. This one, and it's not how I found it. I found it from one of the people I follow him, because I definitely don't follow him. No, if I was going to follow makeup artists, it's going to be someone who can, like, do makeup. like makeup that, I mean, I'm not doing my own makeup. That sounds horrific. I'm not having anyone else do my makeup. That also, it's the having it on my face. It sounds horrific. Point. But people, right, who like full on cosplay, are you gorgeous, right? Like, people can contour and do the, which I'm sure he can do. But like, I also, why are we contouring our faces with shades? Photoshop in real life, murdering our mothers so we look a little prettier on photo and in person, like a little prettier or a lot prettier. And then we get nicer things, and then Clavicular says that, and we're like, don't say the thing out loud. We all are. No. You hit yourself in the face with a hammer. Is that the conversation we're having? Because we're trying to have a bigger conversation.
You're not a fan.
James Charles humiliated a woman who lost her job at Spirit Airlines, and the woman
Donald Trump appears to be having an
Oh no, the one didn't post, didn't stick, didn't. I was one of those I thought had the whole thing and it didn't. Who knows? They aren't though, and I just wanted to hear his whole rant because he took it down like a fucking coward, of course. Did I get some pushback? No. I just want to get paid and get my dick wet by 16-year-old boys. Like not every teacher. Oh no. We need to deal with who we are as a species. Sexually, romantically, delusional fuckery and lies. All of it. What we've said in Hollywood and on script and what we do when we're in that position as children and teens, even more so when your parents aren't the parents who you can go to. Right? Because they're red, which is hilarious because Eric's 70s show. That might be one of the last ones on this channel. I don't know. He is the one they go to. Kitty and Red are the ones they go to. Kitty's the like pushover, and then Red always finds out, and Red's the hard ass who never does a fucking thing. He literally takes away the car keys. That's it. You know what I mean? Like burning down a school.
early evening mental health episode because for the past 3 hours, he's been posting nonstop on social media, including random AI images that he's uploading. And I'm going to show you every single one. So just buckle up. At 3:51, he posted this, drones dropping like butterflies. And then again at 3:51.
And so I had something to do yesterday. Turns out it didn't exist, despite the fact I fucking confirmed the last time we went to an event. It was me and my daughter went to an event at this location. The same thing happened. So I was like, I double confirmed. We get to the doors. I'm looking it up again to see where in this park it is. And this 3-day event is on for 1 day. And it's today, like the 10th, not the 9th. Are you fucking kidding me? Sadly, I think even one of the people who I found out but might have even said that, but like this city fucking thing that's on every year, and it was canceled this year and they found enough funding for 1 day. 3-day, 1-day event. The big news should be like Sunday only, not every other year we've had a 3-day event and now we've squished it. But the reason so many things happened, including getting on the bus, and it's a very full bus. And right when we get to these two seats, these two people realize we're at the stop they need to get off at and get up and run off, which means we got the seats. My daughter and I, and before that, was waiting at the bus stop at our main thoroughfare. One of her friends drove by and said hi, and it was fun seeing, so yell out the window at you, hi. Someone who actually gave us a ride home from her birthday party. What is my point? I almost talked her mom's name. no, it's different. The other parent. What is my point? Then the event didn't happen. But one thing that did happen is this gorgeous yellow butterfly with those on its wing. It's part of like those fall apart, like that's a part of its wing and tail. It's that made up together. It was sitting there. We watched it, like there's a lake, so it's in front of the lake on sand, and there's a bunch of geese with goslings. Ryan and Gosling. Like, does my kid know not to? You'll learn fast. Those Cobra chickens. They are not like their babies to be adorable babies. Ducklings even more so. Like this is when the Canadian geese are at their most feisty, right? And then they leave I don't think they leave for the winter anymore, honestly. They're lazy and entitled, those Canadian geese, right? Oh, love them. All right. They're babies. Very adorable. Butterfly. Oh, and then I was like, is it hurt? We literally just watched it land, but Jubilee's brain forgot. And I was like, going to offer it my hand to crawl onto so I could bring it to the vegetation, which I just done to a beetle in the bathroom. I peed, because I do, biological need. Like I pee a lot. Like 5 times while we're out. No. 37 times out to my kids every one. And that's like when she was a toddler possibly too. She needs to use the washroom, by which I mean her mother does, but this is less awkward. Anyway, beetle on the ground. So I washed my hands, grabbed a piece of Kleenex, picked it up, brought it outside, put it on the bush, and then the butterfly, literally, I went to pick it up and it like did this like dancey thing right in front of me and Aurora, and then flew off. It was like, okay, so you're not hurt, and that's just like it was. I wish I'd gotten that part on camera, like the dancey part specifically, but like the whole point wasn't to pick up on camera. It was to not have this thing drown or be hurt and eaten by a geese while it was there and couldn't move. And I was like, you can move. We just saw you fly and land. Anyway, I was like, maybe you're tired, like a bee, like a bumblebee. Trump, the president of the United States, tweeting a bunch of crazy fucking shit, right, is a problem. A woman in a mental institution who happens to be in love with her previous employee guy, who also has come to the internet and been like, don't interact, not understanding how, because why would he? He's a regular guy, not understanding how the internet works, and like you being the viral story of the week is not, you just made it worse, like 5,000 times worse. Ugh. And yet it's like human nature to be like, no, both he probably cares about this person as a patient and understands that it's a mental illness, and we're gonna have to watch both. I think we watched the previous one before his. Now we're gonna need to watch both. Oh. Our mental health system does not exist. They are delusional as fuck. Like handing out flowers to people who were primed to have delusional relationships with people. And the internet, right? And there's ways to record yourself and post it online. Influencers do it all the fucking time. Crazy pantses, right? In the same video lie. And lied yesterday, and this disproves on your own page. What the fuck are you doing? No one's calling them out. The obvious crazy. Where is the obvious crazy? Almost all Kendra, Tyler Catastrophe. I'm like, this isn't what you all say it is. This is crazy pants. You're all crazy pants, and they're not. This doesn't make, you know what I mean? I know who and what I am. When somebody's actually got a mental illness, when someone's actually under the DSM-5, could possibly be helped by the useless as fuck system we have, because, stop clock, right, twice a day. It's not based on nothing, right? Oh my God, who's letting them? They're failing! Because you're expecting them to heal her, i.e. put her out of your mind, never there. She thinks she's in love with this guy. Nothing, I was like, she doesn't think she's married to him. Sometimes she's like in a relationship in her head, and it seems to be very much, she kind of sort of knows that. Do the professionals, can they actually distinguish reality from fake? No, they can't. And that's fucking crazy in a catfish world. Right? No, is there someone pretending to be Ryan Reynolds? Or do they think they're actually dating Blake Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds? Or is there nobody there and they've made them up in their head? Like that these psychiatrists can't distinguish that. The family and friends can, and the family and friends are like, we send you to the psychiatrist because they're the people who help. No, the fuck they don't. When the president of the United States, on his own social media platform, right, is tweeting crazy fucking crap. Crazy.
One, he posted this, bye-bye drones, with a very poorly edited photo. I don't know who did this in the White House, but maybe I'd find a new job. Again at 3:51, 159 Iranian ships. Obama and Biden, he says that they've sunk under him, which we know is not true. They still have a navy. And then here's where it gets even more weird. He posted
literally the ships on the bottom. Hey, I saw it. I saw them on the bottom floor. It couldn't possibly be Titanic. Where's James Cameron? Let's put him in his soap.
the same photo 6 times in a row. This is the first one. This is the second one of his golf course in Florida. The third one, 3:52. The fourth one at 4:07. The fifth again at 4:07. Another one 4:08. And then at 4:18, a slightly different image of his golf course, but kind of the same. Very weird stretch of time. Then he took an hour-long break and then came back at 5:20 and started posting AI images of himself as like a Navy commander. I don't know. He then insulted J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, saying that he's too busy to keep Chicago safe. I find this ironic when Donald Trump looks like he does, but whatever. Then another photo of Iran's Navy at 5:24 p.m. At 5:27, he posts a nighttime image of this UFC event that's supposed to be taking place at the White House. And then at 5:28, he posted a daytime version of that exact same photo. And then finally, the last post at the time of filming this at 5:36, a photo of the reflecting pool in DC with a blue color to it, which he's trying to make it look like that. I don't know. So if you were wondering what Donald Trump has been up to today, he's been watching golf and posting nonstop on social media in the most unhinged way. He is not well. Donald Trump appears to be having...
Hello? Thanks, we don't want any.
So this is the SVU episode that is 3-3 about the kid, one of those. This is playing because it's how they interact with the cops before it.
It's the cops. Mom, the police are here. Oh, for heaven's sake, Tyler, where are your manners? Come in, officers. Hey, you guys looking for Tyler? The way he played second base was a crime. How can I help you?
Mrs. Blake?
The way he played second. You guys looking for Tyler? The way he played second base is a crime. I also know his jersey's also 3 because the reason I reposted was that one of these is like, what date is this? 3-3. Let's see what date that aired. Forgiveness? 1992, first of all. Dear God, I was 12. I was my daughter's age. No, my daughter's a year older. You know what I mean? I was, oh, yeah. October 7th, 1992. Oh, my great grandmother's birthday. Law and Order Forgiveness. I don't know if they're the same because what's it? I'm just going off the comment section, right? Let's see. Season 3, Forgiveness. Let's see if it gives a synopsis of it. IMDb. If not, I'm not going anywhere else, honestly. And no, it just gives a breakdown of the fucking everyone in it, including the people who are in every single episode. Let's read. No, this is the art department. You should still have quotes. Like, quotes might tell us what's going on. No, this is just everybody involved. Is there not? Cast and crew, Law and Order Forgiveness. Jump to. Okay, yeah, no, they don't have the synopsis. After detective investigate the murder of a college student, the suspect's defense lawyer tries to exploit the jury's sympathy. Yeah, I don't think that's it. It's like about forgiveness. Season 3, episode 3. All right, well, let's find out which one that one is. Law and Order episode where a 12-year-old finds out he was kidnapped. Why do you fucking stop listening? Finds out he was kidnapped. I'm on it. Like, you didn't get the rest. Useless as fuck AI. This literally, oh, did I not put an SVU? Also why October 7th, 1992. Okay. And so, yes, Stolen, Season 3, Episode 3, according to AI Overview, which aired in 2001. In this episode, 12-year-old boy named Brandon, or Tyler in some summaries, because he's got 2, of course, Brandon, discovers that his parents are actually kidnappers who stole him as a baby after murdering his biological mother. No, not unless it ends very differently. You know what I mean? They did know. No. AI. Why you gotta lie to me? Okay. Unless even better, it's a completely different one. September 26th, 2025 is this Law and Order episode on YouTube, 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Oh, that's fun because that's Ryan Reynolds' birthday, which I just learned today. I've definitely looked up. But I was like, oh, 2 days before Katy Perry's. It's how time sticks. You know what I mean? I'm not. Are we? Okay, let's get rid of this one. Come back. Come back. Too many tabs. Stop sharing that one. I love what the other one's October 7th. Whichever one that was called. Missing 12-year-old boy. Okay, what are we sharing? Anyone here? Queen Elizabeth. Ryan Reynolds. Missing 12-year-old boy found. And it's probably going to be off by a second, which makes it, 10:23. So it's probably at 10:22. I think it's usually a second less. 10:21 be Netanyahu's birthday, but it wouldn't be that. So many ads to sell you useless shit you don't need to murder our mother out of hatred and greed. 10:24.
You hear that?
Yeah. Who's down there?
Born and raised in Brooklyn. Who? Deal with him. Did Linda?
These don't look like the same. Oh wait, he kind of looks possibly.
What?
She's definitely. Anyway, this is. What am I looking up? When this fucking episode aired. Okay. Stolen. Fuck off. You listen to everything I say. You can't listen to that. October 12th, 2011. Almost Ryan Gosling. It's off by a month. Off by exactly a month. Now, what is October 12th? I feel like it's one day later is Tiffany's birthday. Tiffany Trump. October 12th. First day fall of the House of Usher. Matthew Shepard killed. Aleister Crowley's birthday. Hugh Jackman. Publication of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Jesse Lee Ward's birthday dies September 16th. How I Escaped My Cult show episode 219. Episode 2. 19-year-old boy left at hospital and dies. How I Escaped My Cult episode 2. That might be SVU, but it does not say what TV show. Just How I Escaped My Cult. Cool. Great. Love that. Neil Patrick Harris twins' birthdays. Josh Hutchinson. PETA. Thank you. Because date 6 billion people were reached in 1999. The year James Charles is born. All right. Laura Trump. Eric's wife. Eric's wife's name's Laura. Have fun. It's coming up. And the day before, someone dies in Brad Fraser's life. Okay. Black market infant adoption ring. It's not relevant at all, is it? No. Okay. 10:22. We're not trying to go back anywhere. Let's go to TikTok. I don't have to share it, unshare it. It's too many things.
Growing up as a pastor.
And as per usual, it's always intellectuals leaving the church. True. True. Definitely true.
As a kid, I was always so confused when people that I really liked and really respected would leave my dad's church. And when I would ask him, like, hey, what happened to so-and-so? They were teaching me at Sabbath school. They seemed to like really know their stuff. They were cool. They were involved. Why did they leave our church? And my dad's answer always was, well, they started digging in the Bible too deeply, and that can lead to confusion. That's why we really don't want to get too deep into it. And even as a kid, I was like, wait, so you want me to build my life on a document, the Bible, that I can't even scrutinize for fear of being too confused and losing faith? But the reality of it is that, like, no, those people were already thinkers. They just started thinking more and not ignoring the things that we like to ignore in the Bible. And that's why they left the church. Growing up as a pastor's kid, I was always so confused.
When Ryan Reynolds was a teenage boy, he burned down his elementary school in Canada to the ground. This was an arson fire. He set it in the middle of the night. This school was like over 100 years old. It went up like that. He has given varying. He's a psychopath, I believe. He's given varying accounts of this story. In one, he just meant to set fire to like a wing of it. In another, Megan,
okay.
Well, there's another version of this story in which he set fire to a tree. When I hear that, like I could cry. Like, who would set fire to a tree?
I know.
To a living thing.
What do you fucking burn in a fire pit, bitch? Logs. Where did they come from? A child, an elementary school child who now is a grown-ass adult, but then was an elementary school child, might set a tree on. It was an old building, just blew up. We're sending our children to a place that just ignites like that with children who might want to learn about fire. You're having experiments where the teachers don't know fuck all and they're using fire. What kind of psycho? That's why this whole thing. What kind of psychopath lights a tree on fire? All of our ancestry who's run across a tree.
You know, but it was just a tree, and then it went up, and then
who knew?
So if anybody out there doubts this, we at the Nerve have dug up the contemporaneous reporting with a front page from the Canadian province of the school ablaze. It was leveled. All of the students had to go take classes for months and months and months at like various community centers.
He admits that he did this?
10 years later, he gives another interview. He's not a huge star yet, but he's coming up. And he's asked about this. And we have the reporting as well. We have shown the physical paper. He says, yeah, I did that. I did do that. I got away with it. I got away with it. And I just hope some poor schmuck isn't sitting in jail for what I did.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
That is a psycho arsonist.
When Ryan Reynolds was
Which, right? If he actually set a fire, his dad is a police officer, his brother's an RCMP officer, and it was an actual fire at an elementary school called Queen Elizabeth that he did not attend. From what I understand from a comment on, you know what I mean? Reddit, like we're going. But I think I do know that he grew up in Kitsilano. That's why I was like, no, that tracks actually. Where I was living, the only time I was living there. How do I feel? Yeah, the only time I was living in Kitsilano was when I met Ian. And then I moved into a tiny one-bedroom, not even a one-bedroom, bachelor by myself, and then we moved in together. And then I moved in here from there. So here's the place I've lived the absolute longest by far, including all of my childhood with my parents who moved us around a lot. Even when they didn't move us around, no, like elementary schools, like they were fucking M&Ms, crazy pants. He's a psycho. You want him to be a psychopath so you can sell a story. I did want to see that article though. I do want to see what date Queen Elizabeth burned down on, and if he's found, but like if he was guilty of this crime, of which he could get his help, he's rich, he's famous, for someone not to be in prison, he could find out, right? And he's just like, hope it's not happening, right? But he didn't do it. Someone else did. So if someone else is in, you know what I mean? He didn't. He just misremembered it and told stories because fun to pretend I was an arsonist. We're a weird ass species.
The newest Lego news video came out today, and this is the way they're framing.
Are these coming out of Iran anymore? Like anyone could make them. Yeah, the pedophile rapist as the president when like I'm also part of my same lifetime. I watched Monica Lewinsky get vilified because Bill Clinton, the president of the United States, got a blowjob while he was in the Oval Office from his underling who was pre-25, not a prefrontal cortex. He was the president of the United States, married to Hillary Clinton. And we all vilified Monica Lewinsky instead of the president of the United States. She's now one of the big components against anti-bullying, very understandably. One of the best people to do it. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton should be laughingstocks. Hillary for other reasons.
The story. You let me know what you think.
You said you ain't no pedophile, but bitch, you are. They gelling worldwide for that Epstein scar, but you still the prez, man, it's just bizarre. You said you ain't no pedophile, but bitch, you are. The whole world knows that you perverted rapist star. 30 years since and we build different, we don't break your people. See $5 gas and your whole country shakes. This ain't Call of Duty, these mountains, these troops alive, we are waiting for them. Come
$5 a gallon and your whole country shakes. And it's not even a little bit fucking wrong. Our entire capitalist system built on profit for billionaires and their dicks, built on oil, built on the lie that we can burn energy forever and we can pay to outsource our relationships to all these crazy little industries that are just there for profits and dick. When the oil goes up, everything goes up exponentially. This is because we're just going to run out of it, and which is happening. The money used to cause misery and war, an entire society based on competition and buying and going to pay a therapist to listen to your problems, there's no money for that. There isn't money for food, except food's free when we grow it ourselves. It actually pays for itself by growing it ourselves. Not calories in, calories out, although yes. Actual humaning, society, life is growing food, cooking food and eating it together, not outsourcing it to slavery. The slavery of oil. The slavery of slavery. Parents' name is Jubilee.
tested, no survivors. If they wanna die for Epstein's list and Netanyahu's war, we got the welcome ready, body bag stacked at the door. You came for war, but got cooked instead. Iran flipped the script, left your whole team dead. You came for war, but got cooked instead. Weakest president ever, take that L and quit, bitch. Go fetch Epstein's pals, go fetch your lobby. This ain't a desert skirmish, this ain't your hobby. No points in these talks, cause the president...
Right? When I say it's all the same. Regina George, the influencers, all of it's the same. We, the people, right, allowing this to go the fuck on. Trump, in his senile fucking diseased testicle of a brain, bombed, did shit to Iran. We're winning! I just have to keep saying we're winning and we're winning. I'm just gonna manifest us a win. Except you're dealing with an ancient society that like actually is ancient, has very complex. They're like, this person likes it, this person hates it. Been there for a long fucking time. Iran. Way longer than the United States of pretend America. Pretend united, pretend that it's America, right? As Bad Bunny pointed out. There's other Americas, right? Canada, I think it was last on the list. I don't know. It was kind of last on the list. That's all my kid heard when we listened to it.
The United States of America is a fucking pedophile. You thought you could hide, but we kept the file. Cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile. F5 goes to your base, Kuwait smoke, throw jet back home, legend mode. Sheep drones on your millions, your patriots broke. Hit Al-Udeid hangars, Al-Assad runways turned to dust. Bases that took 10 years and billions, one night fucked.
Oh, you know what happened May 8th? David Attenborough turned 100. That's because he also, he's the one who met the gorilla. And then I'm pretty sure, right? We just rewatched David Attenborough also on the Saturday Night Live. I think it was possibly the Tina Fey one where they're like, although I watched a little bit of the UK one. Saturday Night Live, London, I believe. Lego changed its packaging. I don't know whether it was just the day. It probably isn't forever, but like from 0 to 99, they changed it to 100 plus instead of 99 plus because it was already 99 plus. You know what I mean? But it's like now that David Attenborough's 100, they changed it to 100. Now that's arriving. You know what I mean? When Lego changes their age for you, there's my new goal. I'm gonna live to be 101 and have Lego change their.
Came for war, but got cooked instead. Iran flipped the script, left your whole team dead. F-35s hit radars blind, whole Air Force exposed. We rebuild in weeks, you need years just to reload. Slow ass. Let's talk about your resume, the biggest of bells. You're an Epstein pen pal, rotting in your own smells. You know why? Cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile. You thought you could hide, but we kept the file. Cause the president of the United States of America is a fucking pedophile.
By now, you know how this works. What'd they get right? What'd they get wrong? Let me know in the comments. The newest Lego news video came out.
It's a bop. I'm in the back dancing to it. You know, he is the president of the United States is a pedophile. Is a song and not something you can be sued about because it's literally fucking fact in the Epstein files. The man is a convicted rapist. Convicted, is that the right word? Been tried in court and found guilty. Found needed to pay money. Whatever that decision is.
When Ryan Reynolds was
Bye. We already watched that one. We already watched James Charles. I don't know if we watched other ones. And these are the ones we're watching. Oh, look at that Lego. Somebody liked my comment on this one. I think we'd already posted these and then I made. Okay, let's go down. We watched this one, right? We watched these. Oh, we're watching it every time. Every time. This isn't a Lionsgate Bridge. This is Deep Cove. 2 of the 3 places I've went kayaking. The other one being Australia's ocean. Very different sea kayak. I think these are called sea kayaks, actually. The actual Deep Cove. With Matt and with Ian and another couple. We did not see orcas. We did see seals.
Everyone hold on.
Oh my God.
Guys, everyone just...
Someone screw it with the pedal. It was nice. It's gonna come up right under us. I know.
Holy shoot! Oh! Oh my gosh!
Oh my God, this is really crying.
Yes.
Favorite is like you just shut up and enjoy it. The phone's here. The whales are there. I paid not a ridiculous amount of money, a normal amount of money, and actually got a deal because my cousin ended up giving us a deal to go watch whales. They were like way, way, way far in the distance because that's how they're allowed to get that. That's how close the boats are allowed to get there. You're right. Orcas are what you're guaranteed to see. You may see a gray whale if it's the right season. They know where the orcas are. They know where they're. But hello, me. Okay, we're back. That you can see them in the wild and they can come see you, right? And these kayaks clearly came together. They're either just about like that. They're either just about to launch. The orcas were like, by the way, we got the ocean today. Yep. Or right, they were out on the water and came together to be like, we're little, they're big. Anyway, just be quiet. Are you kidding me? You be quiet. You be. It's been nice knowing ya. Best way to die. Best worst way to die. Right? Shark just worst. Orca, you get the glory of the orca, and we don't know that they've ever killed a person. We do know orcas have eaten other orcas. And a lot of marine mammals and fish.
Stop explaining your
seafood clams. This is practically going to be my last meal for the next, basically until Tuesday, because this is all that I have.
People don't realize how dangerous this could be. This is baby reindeer. This is, oh my God, where am I? Where's the comment section? Am I on the internet? Baby Reindeer, a Netflix show of which the real life woman sued the real life man who said it because it was, you know what I mean, glorified against her. And he was, anyway, all kinds of problematic. Real life, right? People can get obsessed with other people. As a celebrity, you're way more likely, because you're more in the public eye, right, to have someone think you're the object. As a employee at an institution giving out fucking flowers to people who are primed to be jealous and angry and without any forethought, right? No, it's just a nice thing to do. We love giving out flowers. Women like getting them. Not where the fuck are you? Where's our mental health? And it's all fake as fuck, right, on the internet. This is Cliff Notes girl, right, who's tagged and everything. We've already watched this. Did we already watch this? No, we didn't. In fact, I'm going to play this one because this is how I think I was introduced, and we were going to just watch this, and then we're going to watch her whole one because she's not, right? She's not saying I'm engaged to him. Other one, she says it's my boyfriend and stuff. It's like, again, where's the actual delusion? And she both is telling the story of them meeting and working in a place. At no point in time is she like, and he lives here, and here's his meal, right? Again, that people can't distinguish between fantasy and reality with empathy. Like literally, the specials, the psychiatrists can't take the little feet and step into someone else's shoes and be like, what would life be like if I was them? Just, I'm the doctor, let me just slap my dick here, and then you gotta listen. That's fucking crazy pants. She's literally in an institution, right? They're like, go take her phone away. Listen to, I'm like, I fucking can't. Poof her out of existence. I'm having feelings.
I don't know how to do this story, y'all. So we are going to take this from a place of education and not about the person themselves. I have that female blocked because the other party involved has requested for people to not interact with her.
This is Cliff Notes girl. She's not new to the internet. Buddy Boy is. Chicky Pants is. She's not. She's Cliff Notes. This is just education. Well, good. This is meta education. What the fuck? One, this is how I found this, right? Is Cliff Notes girls, which I'm going to listen to. I appreciate the Cliff Notes. I would love someone's version of that to be done with the G. Can't be done. It's like the living, breathing Bible we're living out here. Like the actual one that's already in existence. Already Ryan Reynolds, right? Like, they're already in it. They're already interwoven. Everyone's interwoven. Cliff Notes girl. He said not to interact with her, so I blocked her. That should settle it. You blocked the person who possibly wouldn't know how to find, right? You're in internet drama with someone who is in an institution making clams. Like, the internet does not know who the fuck it is, right? Who do we send to her house to make it? You don't. She's already in her house. Can't. You have to deal with the actual internet. Criminal justice! Where do we get a call? You don't. You don't. You got to deal with it in the man coming to the internet and telling his side's the wrong word, right? And he didn't necessarily do anything wrong. And this is 5 years ago. There hadn't been every other internet drama. If Cliff Notes girl hadn't played her part in all of it, but it's okay. I have her blocked. Because there isn't anyone on the internet who's going to clip this and send it to her. Trying to poke, right? The Barbies.
But Timmy, over the last few weeks, has been posting very questionable videos with story times, many of them to do with someone that is her fiance named Dylan. Dylan's a real person.
Many? What the fuck do you mean many? For also, sorry, April 12th is, I believe, which is the day my brain got taken a picture of this year. It's now the new date because it wasn't a date before. A lot of times they schedule them on other dates. I think it originally was. It was May. No, I don't remember. It was going to be May 15th. I was going to find out, and I found out early. It was May. No, it was May 13th. May 13th. It was May 13th. It was going to be. Sorry. I was like, that math isn't math. There's more. There's 7 days in a week. What did she just say? That was anyway. Again, right? No, she doesn't think he's her fiance, even if it's written there out of her mouth. Isn't? And then we got engaged, and here's our engagement story. Again, to actually deal with someone who is in delusion, you actually have to be able to enter their world and live in reality. right? Keep being with them, not poke them and be like, you're fucking crazy. You think you're dating this guy, right? Why do you think you're dating him? She doesn't, though. She knows where the fuck she is. Like, I fucking can't. Good thing you guys have no idea how dangerous this is. To taunt someone you're claiming is dangerous. Where did I just see that? I hope it's in, I don't think it's in the repost, but someone coming up to a car and being like, you're driving crazy and you're crazy and you're crazy. And he's just like, if I'm crazy, why are you coming up to my car? Like, that's a crazy thing to do. And it's like, we do that on the internet. It kind of makes sense. They're a screen away. In person? Why are we letting trees on fire? Why are people chucking things? Because we exist in a crazy pants world.
Dylan is not her fiance. She has posted that they got together because of spiritual guidance that happened to her while she was in jail. And then a few videos later, she says,
oh, do you mean like the entire Abrahamic religion for several generations and all of time and eternity? And more importantly, the Mormons and Scientology and that up, like all of them? Right? I had a prophecy that my penis was supposed to be in your baby. 15, like, are you fucking kidding me? Twilight, werewolf, baby Esme, Mormons, 80-year-old men, 13, like,
that they really dated as kids and that Dylan has two moms and the two moms actually wanted to adopt Timmy. She states real things about Dylan and his family, including
so we're gonna watch his and we're watching hers. Right, she knows real things because he's a fucking idiot who said them in his mental hospital place, right? I'm a psych nurse. I just gave them everywhere I live, and well, they don't know where I live, so we're good. Whew! Good thing you said that on the internet where everyone's like, oh, she doesn't know where you live. Let me go tell her where you live. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Can you all join me in reality?
that he has a daughter. And Timmy says she's already got the tuxedo picked out. She's got the dresses for her and her stepdaughter for their wedding. There are a lot of other truly, truly concerning things that she's.
Again, our delusional as fuck society, right? How many women I have loved and cared about and therefore still love and care about, right? Who had weddings planned long before they met the man they married. You know how fucking crazy pants that is? He doesn't need to say it our most important day. This isn't about us. This is about me. None of us, right? Delusional as fuck. What the fuck are you doing right now if they were like, I'm married to Ryan Gosling? Ryan Gosling hit on me last night, right? You have to know how to be able to tell reality from non-reality. Did my sister meet Ryan? Yes. Yes. Because it happened to me while I was in high school. Told that story June 10th, 2022. Badly. Because I'm me. You know what I mean? Didn't name Tirza. Just a family member. Ryan Gosling and Allie, played by Regina George herself. And that made sense. Meet on June 6th. Tirza's birthday. When she's met both of them. One is neighbor, one is weird hitting on, and then on set, right? Fun. Ryans. I dated 3, one of whom I met on my daughter's birthday, one of whom IDF soldier and rabbi of Pearl fucking Harbor. None of it delusional, just crazy pants. Yeah, so come join me in crazy pants and create a world that works.
Says she thinks he wrote songs about her on an album has been released, but the main one.
We're gonna watch him. He's got a flower. We're gonna watch her where she's like, I don't care what you all say. That flower's mine. Like, he did that for me. And he, right, being something in a psych ward, right, talking about his band willy-nilly. I'm just trying to bond with people, just giving out information willy-nilly. Bet you don't do that now, right? Like, you're talking about my teenage daughter. If you see her talking about my teenage daughter, stop engaging. It's the only thing to do. Engage more, make it go viral. If he insisted, if he hadn't brought himself, this wouldn't be a story.
One that really jumped out at me was that she was a mermaid in a past life. And so in this life, she would be considered a siren, but that you shouldn't worry because she isn't going to kidnap any kids. Her videos go on and on. I eventually had to stop watching. She is ill, and the comments on her videos are only making her post more and going deeper into these made-up ideas in her mind.
You guys are fun. Because again, the idea that that's what you don't do, right? Including psychiatrists who literally don't know what the fuck to do. They're like, box, we put people in delusional. What? No. La, 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 la. Like, it's so fucking crazy. No, you actually are supposed to join them and pick it apart with trust and love, right? Well, that sounds horrible, right? Like with curiosity, not with fake as fuckery, right? Which literally the white coats can't do. But I'm a doctor. They're not listening to me. I'm a doctor in this. Are you wearing a tie? I don't know. I've never literally said I don't know if I've ever worn a tie. He put there's a flower for why is that there? Like why you know what I mean? Everyone on Kendra's where she's like, right, no, I put the flower there on purpose. Cameras here, flowers here. You guys are all like, because you're all gonna say it when you come into the are you kidding me? This is brilliant. It was one time, now it'll be every time. He has the flower there. Clearly visible. After, you know what I mean? He gave me a flower. I don't know, it probably wasn't the same flower. Not thinking from that standpoint, right? Not thinking from how is she gonna read this? No, from oh my god, how do I look out in the world where no one knows this is me? Oh wait, no, I think she maybe did name him. Nonetheless, though, right? Like to be your face on camera, to not understand what the internet does with that. You know, I want to tell my fucking course you do, and you're gonna reap the reward of the internet going fucking crazy. In the comments, they're instigating her, and she's telling you exactly that, right? Wow, this is great. I'm enjoying this. Well, we're making fun of you. I don't care. Who cares? You know what I mean? He put a flower. He loves me. He's married with 2 kids. I know, but that flower. You don't know her. You can't, right? Be her best friend with her of like, maybe that, you know. Don't let her go deeper into the reality. She's already in that reality. How do you get her out? This delusional fuckery. She thinks she was a mermaid, but good thing she's not going to steal children. No, good thing she probably won't. She's thought about, you know what I mean? She's the least likely to steal children. The psychiatrist, you know what I mean? He's not a psychiatrist. The person with the flower who gave out flowers now has a flower in the fucking car. You know, no ownership of his part in that. Just, guys, I was nice. And then I told someone about a band and she was eavesdropping. You mean hearing? In her your workplace, her living space? In a band, you say? Why the fuck would Crazy Pants say that? The man who's paid to be in the Crazy Pants location and is acting crazy fucking pants. Coming up to someone you think is driving crazy and not, hey, are you having a medical issue? Do you need help? Would be the only reason, right? I'm angry and I want to confront you, random stranger who might have a gun, and it definitely is in a vehicle, right? Fucking crazy. And yet road rage has us do it all the fucking time. But get out of the vehicle and come confront you.
Dylan has posted a video that he, his wife, and his daughter are safe. He is taking legal steps, doesn't state what they are, but he also lets us know this.
I was a life skills specialist or a direct support professional for a company working with people with special needs. And this person was a client to this company. This person, I believe, overheard a conversation I was having with one of her roommates discussing rock and roll music and talking about my band, and found my band, and through that links to my Facebook and my social media accounts.
So she saw that video and immediately, in her distorted state of mind, made a video saying that the flower in his car.
Her distorted state of mind, where that's where we're going from with the premise. She's in an institution and he posted with a flower in a car. Right? Like he's trying to taunt her. Like he's like, let's have something here. I was just a professional who's professionally telling people in Crazy Pants land what your band's name is. If these were criminals in a CSI investigation, right? They'd listen to the band and they'd be in the back listening and they'd be doing all this without broadcasting it online. And you'd actually be in danger. The entire, how do we just dust out the crazy and kill it, right? Only in yourself. That we think crazy is we can't live with contagious crazy. What do we do when we go to a movie, right? Enter James Cameron's world and then leave. I thought we were all learning fantasy from reality. Like, actually, that was fun. Going to Harry Potter, leaving Harry Potter. No, you all thought the wizards were true? Right? Me too. I was waiting for my letter from Hogwarts, even though I was way too old by the time No? Crazy fucking pants. Do you know how many of the people in professional positions fucking aren't? They're pedophiles and that whole thing, but like also they're playing a role. They're playing pretend cop, dress up. I have a gun, listen to me. And we have to deal with the pretend as fuck. And they're not sussing that out. This is, again, Cliff Notes. That's what she's known as, right? Let me just wrap this up. She thinks she's engaged to this guy. No, she doesn't. No. She thinks she's going to marry him on June 7th. In a month. How can you be one and not the other? Good question. If only there were mental health professionals could actually fucking suss those apart. So you're gonna get married in a month? You got plans? Does he know? Like, and not in an interrogatory way. Like, actually, she needs to come to the conclusion. This isn't it, right? The internet's gonna internet. Stop interneting, internet! Never works.
That he put that there for her. She didn't hear anything else he said. And I know some of y'all see this as entertainment, but this is truly a safety concern for 3 people right now. Keep that in mind. Do not engage with her. This is extremely concerning. Okay, bye.
Seafood clams. This is practically going to be my last meal for the next, basically until Tuesday. So this is.
Hello, I'm Dylan. I'm alive. I'm okay.
You know, right? Text out, type, put live, okay, dealing with, right? Coming in your car with a flower. Crazy person's gonna read into it. A fucking course. You put a flower. It's part of your shared story. You gave her your band name. You're in love with her in her reality. He just doesn't want his wife and kids to, like, I fucking can't. Our whole, though, delusional as fuck, like, romance, the lie of forever monogamy, and that men are faithful, and you know what I mean? Like, the whole crazy pants lie. Crazy.
Okay. Thank you for all of your concern and your support during this. And thank you to everyone who reached out to make sure that I was okay and that I wasn't in any danger. Apologize if I didn't answer your message.
It's like at the very top, this person's like, I can't believe TikTok is this the guy the muscle clams girl was talking about? I can't believe TikTok went full circle on me. You mean the algorithm that gives you what you want to see gave you what you wanted to see? A fucking, like, this is an algorithm, not signs and symbols crazy magic. That's just profit-driven fuckery, right? Same with, oh my god, if you came across this video, it's meant for you, like it and share it with 3 friends, and right? Because then you like it and share it with 3 friends. Oh my god, I came across it. Meanwhile, right, literal truth, right? All the sides of it, right? Run away scared. Yeah, a coincidence. Fun. 5 billion coincidences. This is too much. Empathy, right? For being the Jubilee. Mustache man. Not a mask, not a filter, all your other clients. That we pretend there is a criminal justice system that can deal with any of this. When, again, no adults in charge of anything. Someone come join me in reality.
I've been very overwhelmed over the past 48 hours trying to manage this situation. I have to be very careful about what I say to protect myself legally. I was a life skills specialist or a direct support professional for a company working with people with special needs. And this person was a client to this company.
Here to do meta. Here to do the meta, right? Here's a psych nerd, Angel. The psych nurse. As a psych nurse, I can tell you that this occurs all the time, all too frequently. What do you mean too frequently, right? It occurs the amount of times it occurs. That our criminal fucking justice has nothing to deal with this. That we basically only put this on women. Men get to proselytize and be like, "I meant for you." Why don't you just give him a chance? The muscle man, the man who can, absolutely not. Why are we so fucking crazy? When it's a woman, especially an overweight woman, right? We're like, oh, that's scary. The roles have reversed. She doesn't know where he lives. She's locked away. How scary can she be? Making videos, ruining his reputation, right? No one's believing her. She hasn't said anything about him, right? That he did anything nefarious besides give her a flower. Yeah, no, I think that is nefarious. For all the reasons, Kendra, last year you guys weren't willing to have that conversation, right? Who's in charge? Who has more power in this relationship? He's not taking any of that ownership. He's coming online, right? And this isn't a conversation in the break room. By the way, here's what's happened with Timmy. Maybe don't give a flower to her. Here's what happened and I learned and will grow and do differently. Don't put a flower in the fucking car, right? And then I was jealous that he gave flowers to other people. You're being so considerate. Is he being considerate by coming on, right? We're handling this in the background, doing nothing. Just $10 million verdicts against people representing himself in court.
This person, I believe, overheard a conversation I was having with one of her roommates discussing rock and roll music and talking about my band, and found my band, and through that links to my Facebook and my social media accounts, and kind of ran with it.
Right, you're in a band. You're in a band. Right? Bragging about your band. Come see my band play. Band. Oh, no, not crazy people. No. I don't want. I'm sure I linked my social media, all the other social media, but no crazy people allowed. Right? Good luck with that in society where that is exactly who you're gonna. Who do you think are the people who go to every fucking concert of a band? Big band, little band. I was there since the beginning. People who are very, very involved, right? Some of those people can develop delusional beliefs you're together with them, right? They're showing up in every city I bought. Weird. On their own route. It's strange. Again, the mental health professionals don't know what this happens too often. People get obsessed with someone else like they're meant to be together and God said forever. Where did they get that from?
I'm not going to elaborate any further on this situation regarding this person. I don't want to feed it. I think feeding it will only cause it to continue. This person has a pattern of posting extreme things on the internet for attention. So please do not harass or bully this person. If you can, avoid contact with this person. And on a personal note, if you would,
if you can avoid contact with this person, avoid contact. Who will that leave to leave in contact with Timmy? Will it be the internet's best and brightest, most caring and compassionate, most helpful for her? Or will it be those who either, are in her delusion with her, thinking, for better or for worse, they're going to be people who are spurring her to do what she's doing to you. Right? For romantic, delusional reasons, because it's just fun entertainment and they're popping some popcorn. But all the rational people whose stomachs dropped because she talked about your daughter, oh my God, my stomach dropped, I'm running the fuck away. We're not dealing with what we're meant to be dealing with, right? We're leaving it to the fake as fuck cops and doctors and everyone else. Don't worry, someone's got it. No, they don't. There isn't an adult here, right? This adult in his professional capacity has a flower in his car. Psych nurse in the capacity, right? I'm a psych nurse on the internet. Potentially losing your job by stating that if it's true. Delusional as fuck. Our entire species.
if you see anything regarding my daughter, if you see anything deemed as a threat, I would.
Ugh. Maya's stepdaughter's friend on my one, right, left a comment. Just a comment. I showed the comment. It's from an account that's private. But someone could go find her, interact with her, or whatever else. Maya and her husband Todd have the stepdaughter, on his Instagram publicly for everyone. Like, I can show them. I've possibly shown their two other little guys because, again, they're on their Instagrams and stuff. Two amazing parents, couldn't be better step parents, all of the things. Someone could be obsessed with any number of them, their kids, any of that. It can happen. The fact that when it's your kid, right, you're like, everyone stop, which just makes it go more. We get to choose and instill in our kids what they choose to put up online. That's the choice we have, right? That there's people out there, right? That your child who exists is part of her world because you, right, existed her on your social media. You brought your band into your workplace and disclosed it in front of somebody who has a track record of developing romantic obsessions. So much so, there's now a mugshot for people to post in her comment section, right? And she's like, oh yeah, that was my last relationship. Again, these people on the internet don't know who and what they're dealing with, right? And they're like, oh my God, but she should stop because it's making me feel things. Her too, and she's enjoying it. You're not, walk away. And then who does that leave her with? This constant, just cut them out. Who does it leave them with?
Greatly appreciate it if you would record that video or save it or send it to my band's page, so that way we can save it and I can continue building a file so that I may protect myself. I won't.
So much fun, right? So much fun. How does that fucking protect you? You now have dozens and dozens of people watching her shit, right? So they can record it, so they can send it to you to be the hero. Saving your daughter when none of that's going to help your daughter. She's one locked away. You're showcasing your daughter exists and you're vulnerable. And send it to my band's I fucking can't. I'm getting clicks and views. My band name, by the way, is Flowers. Please let have flowers in it.
Elaborate on what I'm doing legally to protect myself. I won't elaborate on the company that I worked for.
The criminal justice system's response in its best capacity is to take her to court and get a gag order where she can never say his name. She'd have to understand what that fucking means, right? And not do it. Requiring what someone is incapable of. A court order can't require you not to, right? Hold your breath. You're going to eventually breathe. You're going to break that court order. So the fuck is she? So we take away her internet. She can never have internet. She has 15 minutes. So we're taking away her human rights. Great. Then the next one and the next one. We're taking away everyone's human rights. If you have a mental illness, you don't get a phone. That's the world you're all fighting for. While you're fighting for your mental, all of it. All of this fuckery.
And I won't elaborate on this person, what's going on with them, their diagnosis, anything. I really, really appreciate everyone's concern. I am safe. My family is safe. I'm not recording this from my home, and she does not know where my family lives. She only knows what she has access to on the internet, and my Facebook page I use for
Cliff Notes girl's right. She knows where she is. You know what I mean? This is just education. No, the fuck it isn't. This is, let's rile this up, right? Let's get me some clicks and views. He not knowing, right? Oh my God, everyone thinks I'm dead. My friends and family are calling me. I'm okay. Okay. Let me just make this. By the way, I'm Dylan. I'm alive. You're Dylan and you're alive? What the fuck is going on? Like, he couldn't plan it to go viral more. Let's not have this go viral. Let's not make this into a thing. I'm Dylan and I'm alive. Why would you be dead?
slight personal use and mainly advertising my music if I can. So I am safe. My family is safe. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your concern. I love you very much. And if you like my music, stick around. I'm gonna try and keep making more. And see how long that goes. You know, till I run out of ideas, I guess. Love you. Bye.
Seafood clams. This is practically going to be my
Oh, I made a video on this one when it happened, but then in that video, anyway, July 15th, Carlos' birthday, the day my Netanyahu grandpa died. Day True Lies came out. Almost got Steve Irwin's by a dang marlin. Almost got Steve Irwin by a dang marlin. Except it wasn't a marlin, right? It was a stingray in the water that wasn't. Yeah, no, that was a random fluke as fuck.
Taste the rainbow,
So two of the charmed actors who dated Alyssa Milano and are now, one's dead. Two of them are November 9th. One's Nick Lakey and one is Eric Lane, who died on February 19th of this year. And the other one, there's 2 deads and 2 November 9ths. There's 3 of them. Cole the Demon, that man who died on Lindsay Lohan's birthday and played in Nip Tuck as well. February 9th is the date, right? This is about Allie Priestley. This came up on TikTok, so I reposted it. Someone talking about, right? This man who would purposely get together with transphobic women and kiss them and then be like, by the way, I'm a trans man. Like, for trans women to do that puts her in ridiculous risk, right? Like, that a lot of violence happens. That's why they don't disclose in that way, etc. As a trans man and with a woman, you know what? I'm like, no. You didn't disclose. Did you ask cis men to disclose, right? You just assumed. That's crazy pants. So much crazy pants. I kissed you. Yeah, that you feel different about that now. That's a you problem. Right? What is it, right, that we're supposed to disclose and not disclose before being intimate, before having sex? Especially I don't even exchange names first, or you know what I mean? Oh, who we are as a species. Men, women, all across all the spectrums, all the genders. Allie's like, sexually assaulted.
So basically what you just did is sexual assault. If someone hides the fact that they're
There's Allie. So I was saying this is not Allie. And it's gotten so few views. Like, oh, it's gotten a few likes. November 9th, 2025. Is Allie even? That was like last year. Allie's been offline for whatever. She is still commenting on this. Is 9 weeks old. So back when she was there. Isn't that ... assault? Like, I'm being serious. This isn't fucking funny. I think Liam. Also that this is Liam. Liam Lazori, Allie Priestley, something, not even close is one, I guess. It's a kiss, nothing more, which is assault. You know, it is. However, they're willingly doing it, right? They're not willingly doing it with a trans man who they then find out and disclose, right? You're not giving them an STD. You're not doing something, just feelings.
transgender and kisses someone that they know wouldn't consent if they knew the truth, that is intentional deception. Deceiving someone about your biological sex before any physical contact removes their ability to give consent. That is sexual assault.
Taste the rainbow, motherfucker!
I'm transgender. I'm coming up on 7 years of being on testosterone.
So this is the man, and he's now going through a transplant. In fact, all of his recent stuff, it's more visible. Here you can kind of see the comb over. So my dad's bald. My brother, bald, is gray. When we were children, and our dichotomy and our, you know what I mean, gender dichotomy, he would bug me that I was going to go gray, and I'd bug him that he was going to go bald, except nope, he went gray, and I didn't. And it looks more distinguished on a man, you know what I mean? I'm like, you look way older than I do. He hasn't been ID'd since like he was 19, 20. I'm like, I was going into liquor stores with him older than him and getting ID'd. I'm like, because he's got facial hair. This is sexist. I could grow facial hair if I wanted. No, I can't. Okay, so, but I could. If I took testosterone, I would indeed grow facial hair, right? Like my body would. It would also have a 50%, I have a 50% chance of losing my hair. Because my dad is bald and I got an X chromosome from him. My sister, also, same likelihood if she were to take testosterone. My brother, full dose of testosterone, no baldness. Why? He didn't get an X chromosome from, he got the Y chromosome, making him a man. Not a bald man, not a carrier of baldness. His son's not bald. His daughter's not bald. My daughter, if she takes testosterone, has a 1/4 chance of going bald because she got an X from me and an X from her dad, right? And the X she got from me has a 50% chance of my mom and my dad. Either or. If it's my mom, she has a 0% chance of, oh, not zero, because again, his genetics, but like not our family's baldness. That so many trans men, I'm going to go to his account because it's showcasing the one where he's transitioning. I think it shows him, is it in his pinned videos? Here, his hair transplant. Yeah, this one. Scars and, the transition and like how much, oh, you guys aren't with me. It shows the transition, the scars, the top surgery scars, and the bodybuilding, right? And then loses his hair. One of the distinguishing, oh my God, bald. So no, right? Who the fuck cares? It's baldness. It's not rape and domestic violence, you know what I mean? But we are a visual species.
I'm transgender. I'm coming up on 7 years of being.
Look at the lights over.
I don't even know if in the moment this would register to. I'd be like, oh yeah, no, it's a cloud. It's totally. Oh, it's not because it's night and that's not how clouds look. And no, I didn't see this. I only saw it on TikTok, not in my actual sky. But when anyone wants to come pay attention to reality and create a world that works, it's gonna be so much fun. Who the fuck? What is this? What is it? Who knows?
BC residents were left wondering about something very unusual last night. There were multiple sightings of a strange shape floating through the sky. Folks from all across BC saw it. It was also observed in parts of Alberta between about 10:15 and 10:30 p.m. Pacific time. A lot of people reported seeing this large white shape slowly moving across the horizon before disappearing from view. And one of the people who saw it was CBC's very own Andrew Carriata. Andrew, I'm dying to talk to you about this. Tell me, what happened? How did you see it? And what did you see?
I was out walking my dogs. And at one point, I did look up and I saw this and I thought, hey, the moon's kind of blurry there behind the clouds. And I just moved on. And then it was only later when other people started sending me videos saying, did you see this? That I realized, hey, there was no clouds out and that's no moon.
I'm looking at it right now. And this video, I mean, thankfully, some unlike you, knew something was strange and had the wherewithal to record it. What are people think? I mean, I can imagine what people are guessing this might be, but talk to me about the theories that you're hearing.
Yeah, definitely those guesses, like you can guess sort of the out of the world theories. Closer to Earth, people started saying maybe it was a weather balloon, maybe somebody's spying on us, a drone out there. But fortunately, one of the people who saw this was the local Astronomical Society president here in Prince George, and he says he is confident that this was a SpaceX rocket that was launched from California last night to carry those Starlink satellites into space. And he says the reason this looks so weird, this ghostly shape, is as the rocket fuel gets into the atmosphere and the rocket does, it reflects the sun and it gives it this jellyfish-like effect.
It kind of looks like a jelly.
Oh, okay, so it's not the rocket we're seeing, it's like the stuff around the rocket. Is that okay? I can maybe buy. Where I'm like, that's not a rocket. That'd be a little speck, right? Katy Perry in space. I still don't buy it though.
fish, when you see it. It's a very interesting shape. And with the jellyfish, and in the back, you can also kind of see it's a weird kind of a curve shape moving pretty fast. I mean, not for the observer, but the velocity was pretty high.
He also says, well, this looks cool. It is unfortunately a sign of the times because our skies are getting more and more crowded, full of objects launched into space by private enterprises, cluttering up the skyline and the star line and making it hard to see things like those distant stars and planets.
Look at the lights all around it. BC residents were left wondering about something very unusual.
And like multiple people. You know what else you can't take a photo of? A vampire. Why? Why? Right? The phones can take everything else isn't blurry, but that is, and it's between them, right? Yeah, weird. We can get photos of the moon, the Carroll crater. 4 to 100 plus. Probably just on that one, just for the year. There's no age limit for those who want to. Never stop.
What is up?
All right, so nearly a month ago, right? She did a story time while making clams. How many it got then? Who knows? If we go, will it show us? Let's go here, actually. No, because it's pinned. I was hoping. Oh, but 2.7. Fun.
What is
2.7 views, that many likes, right? So not a horrible ratio.
So today, I will be eating seafood clams. This is practically going to be my last meal for the next, basically until Tuesday, because this is all that I have to eat. But today is going to be a fun video because I'm going to actually tell you guys why I like the guy that I like. So,
right? From Cliff Notes Girl, we got the impression she thought she was engaged to him, right? I'm hearing about her fiance and I'm coming here to complain about my husband. And then we're like, oh my God, horrible. You need to divorce him. And then we find out she's not actually with him. Again, that psychiatry can't tell the difference. I know this is like the internet definitely can't tell the difference, but like psychiatry can't tell the difference. Well, if I'm a psychiatrist and I'm seeing you and you're in my office and I'm in the hospital, then you're like, no, do they meet the criteria? There is no criteria because it's fucking crazy.
you guys, it's crazy as life. So, about 2 years ago now, I was in jail and I had a very spiritual awakening. I had a vision. And while I was in jail, I had a vision of this guy that was in a band. And, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I can still kind of see the vision, by the way. And, like, it's so heartwarming. But, like, my heart is literally beating so freaking fast right now. But, like, I was in jail, and I had the vision of the guy. And I seen that he had, like, a infant child, like, a toddler-sized child. From there, I had another spiritual vision of him, like, in that same night. Mind you, this was, like, 2 years ago, by the way. This is way before I ever met this guy. And
oh, practical magic where she makes the love potion as a child with the idea that there's no one out there like that, right? She's like one eye green, one eye blue, favorite shape of star, whatever it is, and goes out, finds the sheriff, who's then in love with her before he ever meets her. Primed in Hollywood, right? Witches even, crazy pants. She has a vision before ever meeting him of a man with a toddler. Him and who knows? We'll hear it. We'll hear it as we go. But then again, right? Does he hear that about his daughter? Because she hasn't even met you yet, right? It isn't about yours yet. Then she meets you, and you clicking all the things in jail. You weren't telling people about your band in jail.
I don't know how to like explain visions. I just only really know how to see them. So I was in jail and I seen this vision basically pop up like a ring. Okay.
There was an adorable little girl who was like, I have to go give daddy huggies and kisses, and I need to eat, and I need to eat it. And she's like just trying to stall the internet that her mom recorded and put it up online of her, whatever. This isn't my 2-year-old is just making up stories. If you're not listening to your 2-year-old and they're telling you they're in love with someone who they went to, you know what I mean? Maybe you should be listening, because this story isn't crazy yet, at least, right? She was in jail and she had a vision of a dream, saw the person, and then he shows up in her. Let's see how they meet. I know also, I don't know if it was this one, because I would think it was only this far into it. But on her profile, it actually says September 3rd and has like a black heart and a lock or something. And I think whatever happens, I think he left the job on September 3rd, but she says September 2nd, the day before, which is Keanu Reeves' birthday. And one of the people I was in the psych ward with who was like, yeah, no, I'm on Keanu Reeves' birthday. He knew, like, that's how he knew it's not how he knew his birthday. He wasn't like looking up Keanu's to know his, but you know what I mean? He knew that they was like I didn't know Jason Bateman was the same as mine. Who knows whose celebrities are on their birthday?
A diamond ring. And I'm trying to figure out how to open this at the same time as I'm talking. Well, anyways, I seen like a diamond ring. And I was like, okay, so do I get married to this guy? And my spiritual guidance said yes, that I marry this guy. And I was like, okay. So basically, fast forward last year of 2025 of September, it was September 2nd, the day before I met the guy that I like. And the lady goes, by the way, the guy that you like now will not be the guy that you will be marrying. And I was like, what do you mean? Because I was like, I'm already like contemplating, like, do I really want to marry this guy? Like the guy from before that I was liking like 10 months ago, almost over a year ago now. And I was already contemplating, I was like, do I really want to be with this guy? Like my spiritual guidance told me in jail that I wouldn't be marrying him, you know? And I was like, I really wanted to go with my heart, but my heart left that guy. But my mind was there. And I was like, I just want to like stick to like what I felt like I made a promise for. You know what I mean? So it only kind of felt right for me to like still kind of like him. And then she was like, I can tell you that his first name starts with the letter D, but I can't tell you his last name, can't tell you anything else about him. And she was like also making it known that I was like basically going to meet this guy right away, like as soon as I moved. And I was like, okay. So the first day that I move, I literally meet him. I literally meet the guy. And like, he's like there. He's like just there. And I'm like, my heart just like leaps out of my chest. And I'm like walking like this, and I'm like pacing, and I'm like stuttering over my words, and I'm like, oh my god, like, and he takes me to Hy-Vee. We do grocery shopping. It's just me and him, like 101. And I'm like, oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god. Like, I actually think that this is the guy. Like, I actually really think that this is the guy. Like, my heart just felt like so loved. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it like the connection was just there.
Also, The Testaments, the spin-off from Handmaid's Tale, of which there is the author who's not coming to mind at the moment, wrote Testaments as well as Handmaid's Tale. Like, Margaret Atwood? There we go. All right, my grandmother's name. The Testaments were the main character. I don't think I got it while reading the books because it was more about the women, but that she's in love with her driver, who basically doesn't know she exists. She's just pining for him. I mean, he drives her around, so he does know she exists, calls her by her name, but like her pining when they've barely said 2 words because they can't, right? Versus, and she has to marry someone. She'd rather it be him, and her friend gets like it's just the whole thing. And she's mad at her friend. Crazy pants in our world, right? She's like, what else are you gonna do if you're not a wife and a mother? Like, what else is there?
The connection was just like so immediately. And it was just like such a heart-touching moment for me because I haven't been in love in like 7 fucking years. And like it's been like a really hard journey for me to like find someone new. So I was like, I really think that this is the guy. And like when I tell you this, like I mean this from like deep down the bottom of my literal absolute heart. Is like he is literally my full on type, like from long blonde hair to, well, I like all guys with long hair. Like, I mean, like I don't have a crush on all guys with long hair, but like I don't really have like a race or gender.
She doesn't have a race or a gender, but guys with long blonde hair. Do you like girls with long blonde hair? There's lots of girls with long blonde hair. There aren't a lot of guys, but if there are, almost, I'm going to go 99.99% of them, white. Long blonde hair.
Your preference boyfriend, like if however they want to identify, that's fine. But me, I'm still a woman and I still want to identify as a straight woman because I'm not LGBT or gay. I just support gay people. And I just accept if I have a partner that wants to be different. You know what I mean? So, but he isn't gay. He is 100%ly fucking straight, which is like, thank the fuck of God. Thank the fuck of God. But I just had to make that a point that I don't care about like people's race or anything of those natures. Like my first actual real first love was a black man. Okay. He was a black guy. So
Maddie here with Allie's middle name, right? Or a shortened version. Y'all, I did some digging. Good on you, Maddie. Did anyone ask you to not just do that digging, but come and announce it in the comment section? You're putting his daughter in danger, just so we're clear. Named Dylan Sperry, which is also the name in hers, right? Like her last name is Sperry. It's like Timber Sperry or something. From a small band called Yod. Someone asked if they knew about this girl, and this is one of the band members' responses. I love the internet. All right. I'm the bass player. Our vocalist is having a bit of a stalker problem, as you can all see. It's progressively gotten worse over time. I like because he's like, if this can promote my band, not wow, being stalked by women is scary. That's not worth playing music in front of an audience. He's like, how do I get more stalkers? Like I cannot, if you're not going to deal with what it is to be famous and be somebody out there, well, working in a jail/mental institution, handing out flowers. She's not the problem. Like, I don't know how to explain to you all that, like, all of this, the collective internet response is collectively the problem, and pedophiles are in the White House.
anyways, where was I? My head is spinning. Boing, spinning. Okay. Where was I? Think, Timby, think. Think, Timby, think. Thinky, Timby, think. Oh, yeah. But not only is he my type, from long blonde hair to tattoos all over his body, I can literally feel my heart just like leaping right now. And like, to tattoos all over his body.
I don't know what the fuck they're trying to say. All right. Timber's husband here, right? It's Timber's Perry. FW your music, it's so fire. My wife told me I should exchange music with you. I'm from the band Yote Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Spotify. Check me out, Dylan Sperry on Facebook. I'm the lead singer of my rock band. Right, which is looks like it's from her account. The name we know is her account, pretending to be her husband, right? This is just somebody catfishing, right? Pretending to be someone else. Does she think she's actually no? Like, this is the closest to her thinking he is her husband, right? While she's typing out and pressing enter, thereby not thinking she's the husband. She's got to break with reality, which again, the people in charge of that can't actually distinguish. Did you buy a ticket and we're sitting in a movie theater, or were you on an actual date?
He's in a band. He is from the military. And he has a child. Like, this is my whole, like, type. This is literally my whole type. Like, from absolute fucking head to toe. Like, oh my god. From head to toe, bro. He probably seems like right here on me. He's so fine. Like, god damn. He's just so fine. And he makes me feel so.
Jen here, right? Ugh, is her name Jen? Jen. I'm dying. And she typed this all out, right? These were inside thoughts. The hair, the rambling, the think dance, the clams, the belch, the fact that she said this all she had to eat until next week. Isn't it funny people are poor and can't eat anything? That's hilarious. Let's type this out and press enter.
Dizzy when I think about him, like, honestly. But anyways, I just kind of felt like that would be like a great story time for me to tell you guys while I tried opening up my clams. Oh yeah, and by the way, I met this guy September 3rd, 2025, and I have liked him since September 3rd, 2025. So it's now April, September, October, November, December, January, February, April. About almost 8 months I've liked this guy for. Finally got it open. Clams be reminding me of coochie. No, I'm not. I am not. Like, it just looks so wrong. It just looks so wrong. I can't believe I actually be eating this shit. Y'all, the smell of this food is making me feel nauseous. I feel so scared. My heart is literally like right now. Literally. I wish you guys could feel my freaking heart. I wish. I wish. Oh yeah, but not only that, but he also paints his nails, and not only that, but like, for whatever reason, call me delusional or whatever, but his last 3 songs on his album, I swear to God, like, for some reason, I actually think they are about me. Like, I don't know why, but I actually think that. What is up, you guys?
Right, the way she said that is like, not all those songs are about me. It was, and like, I know this sounds crazy, but like, I hear those lyrics read like every teenage girl with Harry Styles and Justin Bieber and whatever the flavor of the fucking week isn't thinking those. That's why they make them generic, right? Why are girls obsessed with us, chasing us down the street? Why is Tina Fey in an SNL skit? Is it your teacher trying to sleep with you? We're all laughing along is a better question. I think we're getting his. Are we getting his too? Where am I? All right. Oh, this is the same one that was up before. The first one I saw for not knowing what a double roll is.
What is?
It's because single rolls don't exist. All right, repost is his here too. No, but this is her response to his.
Anyways.
I thought I'd put his up. Maybe it's not Olivia. He asked that we do not interact. And here you are on her page. He asked we should be obeying him. Why? He's the idiot who did all the stupid things.
So I just felt the need to say something. Is the fact that that flower in Dylan's video is literally for me. So I don't really care about what none of you fucking hoes on TikTok have to say. Like, 90,000 people love him for me, and I love him for me. Honestly, actually, over 1.2 million people love Dylan for me. So, I personally don't care what you guys have to say about me or my man. But that flower, though, I literally, like, just had chills, like, run through my body. And, like, I almost just started crying. Like, you guys can see, like, the tears in my eyes right now. I really freaking miss him, guys. Like, I really.
That the internet hears this when they heard Tyler Catastrophe, right? They're like, you're exactly like Tyler Catastrophe. Not even fucking close. Not even close. And yet, right? All of it. The internet not being able to tell the difference. People like, you guys should get together. Be in a band together? Maybe.
And honestly, also not to mention, but I think our hands are literally the.
There's a Rye, which I'm gonna go with Ryan, and a Peyton. Come the fuck on.
Same size. Wait. Let's see. OMG.
The name of my cousin with my birth order that it shares Eric's birthday and got us the Orca tickets. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's fun.
OMG. I'm literally okay. He's like bigger than me, but like, wait, hold on, wait. Let's do it like this.
This is my favorite. This part because when you have someone's hand up on the screen, right? You're not putting your hand up together like this. Someone's hands up on the screen. You can literally, and you're going with bigness. They're the same shape unless you're missing a finger. You're zooming in and out, right? They're the same size. That's my favorite one. But no one, right? It's like, that's not how optical, that's right. Just, she had a vision. Long hair, band, has a toddler, has a D name, and he's all those things. What a D.
Dang, is that really how big his hands are compared to mine? Bro, when I see him in person, I'll have to show you guys. But anyways, I know y'all see my flower right there. The fuck? Someone's outside of my room. But anyways, look how fine my man is. Like, the sun just shining on his face. His eyes are so freaking cute. Like, honestly, I always wished that I had those color eyes. Like, bruh. Those are so cute to me. And I love his facial hair. I so hope to God, like, I pray to the Lord and back that he did not freaking shave his face. Honestly. I honestly love his facial hair. Like, I've never been into men with facial hair. Like, growing up, I've actually had a fear of men with facial hair because when I was a child, I would have these night terrors of some guy named, like, the Unknown Man. And he had facial hair and he had a unibrow and he would do like really, really weird, creepy stuff to me. So for like the longest time,
I hope she has family to step in. No, she has state-sponsored workers who do this fuckery, right? Who put flowers in videos and try to, just for his band, just to get clicks and views for his band that he's also telling patients about. But he only wants the non-crazy one. What? That's crazy pants. They're like, we're all in this with the flower when you said it's for you. Baby, did you watch his video? I'm officially scared, the booger comment. Which one am I reading? None of these, the flower when he said it was you. Baby, did you watch his video? Oh, I hope she has family to step in to help her. The only family help, right? Unless you're literally going to be like Allie Priestley or the Feltons and feed and clothe your criminal daughter. Like, what do you mean? Step in and do what? Take her phone away? Which the institution is going to do because it's not against the law. Like, you need a court judge to step in and be like, don't do this, but she can't distinguish according to the internet, so not going to listen to a judge just because he gavelled his penis, right?
when I was really young, like 3 or 4 years old.
If you hear at the beginning, she hears 2 million people having seen this and a few people being like, you get him, you go, as them all yay for this relationship, even though people are in the comments, right, being like, did you listen? Oh my god, when's the wedding? When's the internet's gonna internet, right? They're cold. Put this on a straight jacket.
I had like a really bad fear of my stepdad at night. So, anyways, but I'm over my fear of men with facial hair. I think I am. But like when it comes to him, I am for sure. So I love you so much. Like, Jesus, just love me, please. I love him. Honestly, I'm literally about to take this photo and start photoshopping it. I'm about to start photoshopping us. My AI husband, you guys. So shout out to my AI husband. Dill is in Yode. Wait, Dill _is_ in Yode. Ay. But anyways, everyone, shout out to him. Go listen to their music. Fire. Thebomb.com. Okay. I love the band Yodi. Shout out to motherfucking Dylan Sperry, guys. Bro, yesterday, his best friend, Brody Miller, came into my live on TikTok, and I was like, what you think you're doing up in here? And he was literally like my third view within 2 seconds of me going live. I'm like,
I'm telling y'all, we need a course. We need a course. The instant something goes viral, long before it falls across my desk. Okay, sir, you're in a band with this man who's going to put himself and therefore his wife and children, even though he's not putting them in it, all over the fucking internet. And you're going to come into her live, not under a spoof account, with your full fucking name. Anyone could do that, right? Anyone could put his name and she wouldn't know the difference. But he did. He absolutely did, right? The second she went live was like, what's up with this crazy stalker? What are you doing here on my live where I'm talking about your friend? That's weird. Tell him I send him love. Like, craziness. Don't do that. He's got his Dylan in this band. Just come watch my band, but don't be a reindeer.
A scoop, a scootity-goop, a scootity-gootity-doo. Tell him, babe. Honestly, I love my husband way too much. Honestly, like, we are married, and I don't care what anyone has to say. No. Whoa. I don't. Excuse me. But like whole time, why do I actually feel like I look like Jesus right now? With a Virgin Mary. Like, bruh. Why? Wait. Why can't I get?
She thinks out of the two people in this photo, that she looks like Jesus. I look like Jesus. That Belgian woman. No! He with the long hair and beard and the whiteness that has been co-opted into Jesus, right? Maybe. Psychiatry and that the three Jesuses, or they're like, let's get them together. Some Virgin Marys convinced each other they weren't the Virgin Mary, so these three Jesuses should, except they did not. They did not. That is not what happened. No matter how much the dick kept dicking around.
I just want a good angle, please, so I can Photoshop us. And surprise him with all of my obsessions. Okay. I can't take myself serious, because I'm like really thinking like whole time, what if he really does put me in jail though? Like, I know it'll only be for a day. Like, he would put me in jail just to bail me out, Bookie. Stop playing. Stop playing. Honestly, I cannot wait to like eat his fucking boogers. Like, I don't know what it is. I just like keep having visions of me putting my tongue up his nose, like. Okay. And also, I also keep having spiritual visions of us getting married on June 7th of 2026. AKA that would be 30 days. And I also keep having spiritual visions that he pays for my open C-section for my deceased baby. Well, our child. He or she is our child. I can't remember the gender, but like when my child's heartbeat was active and alive, I knew.
Her deceased child, he paid for the C-section. We don't know the oh, yeah, right. Dreams be fucking weird.
The gender, but I can't remember if it was a boy or a girl because I was pregnant with twins with this one. And one was a boy and one was a girl, I believe. And also there was one more thing. And I also keep getting so many spiritual downloads of him basically telling me, like, I have so much music for you. Yeah. Of him literally telling me that he has made so much freaking music about me. So I'm so excited, honestly. I'm kind of nervous because I haven't really felt this way in like a really long time. So I'm really nervous. I really love this guy, guys. He's so nice to me, and like he just respects me, and like we've just been friends for a long time since we've been children. And I have been trying to find this guy. Like, I know I sound like a fucking...
Right? Like that part, right? I knew him as a child, and yet I've never met him when I had the vision about him from 2 years before. And these visions were pregnant and we're getting married in 30 days and like we don't need to meet and like he doesn't have a choice in this, just we're getting married. Who knows how that's gonna work when he won't even talk to me when I run. I don't know if he's still working or she's working, like if they do actually see each other in person. The entire internet, all of the inability for the people in charge of giving diagnoses and medication to deal with any of what our brains actually do, except tell stories and pretend we do.
Stalker right now, I know I do. But like, I have been trying to find this guy for years, and I just got him in my life, and like after I practically lost him, and the same thing happened to me when I was a kid. When I lost him, like I stopped eating, I stopped drinking, I stopped like everything. Like, this is literally the man in my actual current dreams. Like, the same guy that was in my dreams when I was a kid. And, like, I just want to have a real family. Like, I just want to be perfect. And I never freaking cry during the day. Ever. I only cry at night. And it's literally 10:06 a.m. But yeah, I need a cute thumbnail though.
I'm crying. I need a thumbnail. The Donald Trump daytime, nighttime. I don't cry in the daytime. What even is this? I want to find his one, but okay, let's go to the reposts. I feel like it might be from him. We were watching those ones after, but first I want to go to repost and find. Those are hers after the fact. Is this? Oh, this is it. Literally, I already did that. Okay. His was like one of the first ones. I reposted his before finding hers and reposting them.
I'm Dylan. I'm alive. I'm okay. Thank you for all of your concern and your support during this. And thank you to everyone who reached out to make sure that I was okay and that I wasn't in any danger. Apologize if I didn't answer your message. I've been very overwhelmed over the past 48 hours trying to
feeling overwhelmed because you're the flavor of the week for the internet and then you put yourself out there, right? Versus actual concern for your safety, right? Where is, you know where she is more than the rest of us do, right? That she doesn't know where you live. Is she going to come kidnap you and do something? That's what's being implied here. Very likely not to happen. The criminal justice system who takes like grown-ass men who've literally typed out, I'm going to murder you and kill you and take the kids, and they're like, well, when he does it, maybe we'll put in a stalking injunction. Okay, he's not allowed to come near you. But you don't know what to do with people who are crazy and entitled. Husbands and fathers who murder their entire family because they had a feeling. When the tables are turned, right? They're like, oh my God, is she going to kidnap him and shove her tongue up his nose? That sounds absolutely horrible. She's not going to kidnap him though, right? She's going to limerence with him that he's her husband. And he's going to come on and be like, right, but I'm not married to her, right? No, who thinks you're married to her? Right? Your reputation, except how isn't at stake. You pretending it is makes it so though, right? I am so scared. She might get put in jail. It's probably illegal to do. You know what I mean? For all the people out there, you know what I mean, that she's got mental illness diagnosed, all the things. We don't know who the fuck we are and what to do. And he's not helping, especially since he's a mental health professional, right? A life coach, a someone for crazy people. He's in jail telling people he's in a band. But don't worry, my kids' lives are at stake. Definitely send me the video if my kid's life is at stake. Also, if I could get some views for my band.
Manage this situation. I have to be very careful about what I say to protect myself legally. I was a life skill specialist or a direct support professional for a company working with people with special needs. And this person was a client to this company. This person, I believe, overheard a conversation I was having with one of her roommates discussing rock and roll music and talking about my band, and found my band, and through that links to my Facebook and my social media accounts, and kind of ran with it. I'm not going to elaborate any further on this situation regarding this person. I don't want to feed it. I think feeding it will only cause it to continue. This person has a pattern of posting extreme things on the internet for attention. So please do not harass or bully this person. If you can, avoid contact with this person. And on a personal note, if you see anything regarding my daughter, if you see anything deemed as a threat, I would greatly appreciate it if you would record that video or save it or send it to my band's page, so that way we can save it and I can continue building a file so that I may protect myself. I won't elaborate on what I'm doing legally to protect myself. I won't elaborate on the company that I worked for. And I won't elaborate on this person, what's going on with them, their diagnosis, anything. I really, really appreciate everyone's concern. I am safe. My family is safe. I'm not recording this from my home, and she does not know where my family lives. She only knows what she has access to on the internet, and my Facebook page I use for slight personal use and mainly advertising my music if I can. So I am safe. My family is safe. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your concern. I love you very much. And if you like my music, stick around. I'm gonna try and keep making more. We'll see how long that goes. You know, until I run out of ideas, I guess. Love you. Bye.
Taylor 1023. Anyone think that this person knows about Allie Breesley and her friend Taylor, who died on Chris's birthday, and 1023 Ryan Reynolds, that's in the description? Because that's who we're talking about. Sorry, the title. You know what I mean? Weird. You think that's me, right? Did I make that? Because that'd be the most likely, right? I made it to make this point. But nope. Nothing so simple. Valentina. Shells and smiles. Kind of like Chelsea, who has a YouTube channel with Ryan's. We're going to go to his account. I'm going to watch a few of these, and then I'm going to ramble on about the Ryans for a bit.
I like what you were doing there. You found some back and forth on it, like you could fucking.
Walking outside, lab.
And I do believe that is Tim Ballard and one of the people in the Tyler catastrophe that isn't Wilbur Soot, because that one's September 14th. But let me go check. The other one, now what even are we on? July 19th. Who are you? Tim Ballard. A lot of other things. Kyle Roth. I think it was just something they posted. It might have been their birthday, though. Might have been. That would make sense. Howard Schultz, who started Starbucks. Chelsea calls Allie. Oz Perlman. Nope, nothing to do with it. Oz Perlman, the person who was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner when drum was. It was just happening around the same time. My brain gets, you know what I mean? I love the last one on this channel with the AI and the 70s. Was it a 70s show? The 114 versus the one that aired on January 14th with Uncle Phil in it, who died on December 31st.
Glancing over the cracks along under the trees. I know this town grounded in a compass. Cardinal landed in the dogwood. Keep going over and over and over. My steps iterate my shame. Malcolm.
Like, that's the next day. But it's also the day Malcolm Jamal Warner drowns off the coast of Costa Rica, where I volunteered with someone who has that birthday. And then I was with in Melbourne before Australia Day. Had a one-night stand with his friend, Ruby Rose, who just said Katy Perry sexually assaulted her in Melbourne on August 12th or 13th, I believe, if the timeline is. And that is when I was at the Starbucks reunion. The last time I contacted Ryan would have been August 12th, 2023. A few months before October 7th. Anyway, that was just, you know what I mean, the next day. And the next day. These are all just the next day, which are all relevant. 7/21 is the day Barbie came out. Oppenheimer and other relevant things as well, but I wanted to go with popular. I want to see what the first one was. Weirdly, this, Her is his most popular. And then the one next to it, because these are the ones, literally, look, latest. This one, right, which aren't pinned. This is literally the most relevant. This man. Button viewed. Link tree to the band Yote. Popular. Popular. Oh. The day all over Allie's one, right? Allie did one on 8 days later on April 29th last year. But this is the day the Pope died. And the day before I found out the Pope died and watched Adriel discover it live, who shares my brother's name. And then the Pope who would come, right? My brother's birthday. Wilbur's birthday. The day Grace Kelly died, and on that exact same day, I have to learn his name, but the leader of Lebanon assassinated. The day my brother was brought into the world. 421. Fun. 126, that would be the day. Australia Day, when I was in Melbourne, when I just said, that fucking day. And Ryan number 2, who I met on December 31st. Our anniversary. 2 days before what was 2 years previous. Ryan number 1 and mine's anniversary on January 28th. And those ones I knew. Those dates I actually knew. I didn't know their birthdays. I did know our anniversaries because they were Super Bowl Sunday, and the 28th was relevant. Our entire relationship and long after with Ryan number 1. And then the fact that I don't know if I knew the 26th, but anyway. I feel like it was in journals, but I don't have a memory of remembering.
I miss you so goddamn much. It aches. I try to.
So, you wrote this about me, right? What's his name? The one who Tyler Catastrophe misunderstood that there was a job offer and rearranged his entire life, and then was like, I'm an idiot. Like, he's taken as much accountability as I've watched anyone take for anything publicly online for that. He's not in delusion of it. He isn't arguing that, yes, it was a job. He was arguing that it was a job. He went through his feelings. They were online. I thought that man's response when he just posted a picture of him coming to the studio and a picture of the bracelet he had was a good response. And him just saying, like, yeah, it wasn't a job offer. And him, I don't know, him saying it was a Tyler-shaped catastrophe, which he might have even said in that one in text. I don't know. The art he created of it is basically, this is not a job offer. Honestly, it works. It's art. It's a statement. It's about as little as much as someone can do without co-opt. He's already famous for paint, you know what I mean? The Tyler-shaped catastrophe was my issue because his TikTok name is Tyler Catastrophe, like Thomas the Villain. I don't either way, whether Tyler named himself Tyler Catastrophe, because a lot of catastrophes happen to him, he's involved in a lot of them. He owns that name. He's not trying to necessarily be a catastrophe, like neither is Thomas the Villain, right? Like he's not trying to be a villain. He's actually a very good man who is also willing to look like the villain to do what's right. But it's right there in his fucking name. So don't point out when he's being mean to your wife, right? It's like, but you're being mean to his. That's a stupid as fuck thing to do, right? Oh my God, I miss you. The flowers are, you know what I mean? Let's listen to the lyrics for a bit.
Tough, but it just makes the distance seem bigger and meaner than yesterday. 2, 3, 4! I remember you were talking so loud about how you can't wait to leave this town. We don't see eye to eye on the better.
So imagine being me, right? Which I keep asking literally anyone to do, but like just a moment, right? Like your brother's signs or sister, all these, birthdays were showing up constantly. Popes were getting elected. People were murdering their parents while Bondi Beach was having massacres. All the things, right? If it was you, right? Meanwhile, this is a reality we all exist in, and there's people who also see some glimmer of something that is true and right, and then they add something on that is delusional as fuck, right? And we label it as mental illness when, like, do you know how to distinguish? To be like, oh my God, we were born on the same day. We're destined to be together. I had a dream we were married. Right, the video from June 10th that I put up about Ryan Gosling where I'm rambling about does anyone else have a celebrity story that got better with time? Because this one got better because the stories from before I knew who that man was. Before he went on to become Ryan Gosling in The Notebook. A love interest. He was the goobery teenager on Breaker High. It was basically the like trying to get laid that can't get laid. All over the world and definitely all over the yacht ship. His adorable interview persona in his Saturday Night Live with Harry Styles in the audience, his entire second guy, when he's a first guy, is crazy pants. But it's part of his leading man is being kind of second man, whereas even in The Notebook, right? She's rich, has a fiance, and picks him, ends up with him, and then has Alzheimer's and does not beat him with a hammer. And yet, if she did, she probably wouldn't end up in jail because he'd probably be standing up for her, like he's reading stories to her, not, right, constantly confronting her with the reality that you owe me. I'm your husband. Do you know what you put me through for the first? That Allie and Noah, right? Rachel McAdams and Ryan Gosling's characters meet on June 6th. How often is that in any way like date stated? She just said June 7th, right? The day after. Which is what that date is. I have no idea. June 28th. This one. July 28th, the month after. I do not know. It's not a day. A lot of them in July are. That is not. So I went to look. I have it says comment from former boyfriend and a YouTube video. We're going to go look at that if I remember. Date. Because I'm seeing what it is. On YouTube, Operation Toussaint, which is Tim Ballard's other documentary before Sound of Freedom, where Jim Caviezel played him. Who also plays Jesus in the 2004 The Passion and many other things in many other movies. Travis's birthday. The murder of Travis Alexander. I don't know. Jackie Kennedy Onassis. So the wife, right? Of JFK. Who was assassinated. Oh, her name's come up. Someone I know in real life whose name's come up. And if I gave that, then I would say her name and birthday. But I'm trying. Now I've got to remember by myself without verbally saying out loud where I've seen her name. And I'll have to just not know. Not why does it matter? Lilith Crowley, which is why I was reading this, because we had just, right? Didn't Crowley just come up? I don't know these people. They're not people who stick together, but Lori Lowen. Oh, Aunt Rebecca. She's definitely come up a few times because she's the mom in not the OC, 90210 with Annie. And why were we watching that? Who was just in it? I remember that there was the narcissist cousin. There was an actor we were watching it because he was in that episode. It might have been Nick, but I'm not remembering him in it. I'm not remembering anyone. I'm remembering her. Oh no, it was him under the bridge. It was the actor who he meets her in a pot store, and then he's in a lot of them. I believe they're actually love interests. For a while they date, but he tells her the cookies she's about to buy are gross, and then he buys them because they're the last pack, and she's like, you tricked me, and they hang out together. And he's the one who plays the Dr. Devin and Dr. Theo in 2 different medical dramas. The mom of the twins, they're not twins because one's black and one's white, one's adopted and one's not. But because I grew up with 90210 that Ryan number 3 liked and wasn't grown up with, but 90210, what was it? There was a reason I got mad at him because he needed to watch the finale of that, and I was like, he wasn't coming over. I'm gonna be finding my journal and looking that up. 90210, are we the mom of the 2 in the newer one that he didn't watch because it came out after. It was the older one. Anyway, they're twins. Brandon and Brenda are twins. Annie, and I don't remember his name, are not. Gina Luca Mario TikTok. Let's go to this right after. What are we in the middle of? Because it's a TikTok, and somehow I feel the need that we were going to stay on TikTok. Oh, it's here. Okay, let's go one more. I don't care about the lyrics. Of course, all love songs make about them. That's just what I nope. Woody Harrelson's birthday, which is not what I know that as. It's now what I know that as. What's July 4th? Woody Harrelson's character Hamish's birthday, which is also Reaping Day, and the birthday and June 25th that happened this year, and be reading that all on July 4th when all the babies were murdered by the flood that Trump could have stopped, etc., etc. Woody Harrelson, my sister met. I know who Woody Harrelson is. I know him from the very first time with Cheers, which I register as bedtime from being a child and hearing the Cheers anthem that would come on every night at 9 or 8 or whatever our bedtime was. It felt very late, but it was like, damn it, now we gotta go pretend we're falling asleep. Nope, Woody Harrelson. His birthday is the day that Carter died, who shares his birthday with Jim Caviezel and would never get to be 6, and who shared a school with a little boy who was stabbed to death while I was away, and Allie called the cops on me and etc., and said I would crawl through her window and stab her. And fly to Denver, Colorado that just had a plane hit a pedestrian on a runway? What the fuck is there a pedestrian on a runway? And if it's anyone, because it's got to be someone, Allie? The day Carter died of the 100%, now no longer 100% deadly DIPG cancer. And with hockey twins, when hockey is what his funeral was themed on. And the Sedin twins, 33, likely that the Tanya twin I know from grade 12 and younger when I bullied her and her sister for their size, not knowing it was bullying, thinking I was, fun teasing. Knowing what I was doing to Philip, my classmate, both when he was into Dungeons and Dragons and I was a Christian in grade 7, and then in grade 9 when he was a Bible reading Christian in junior high, and I was a atheist. What the fuck are you doing? That's delusional. But I didn't know what I was doing to Tanya and Tracy. I thought that was, I don't know. I wasn't being kind, but I wasn't being mean. I was being friendly and like, oh, I register your people. And no, that's not how you accepted that. No, understandably. One of them, we're only friends with them. One play came back from Germany. Tanya was there for the beginning of grade 12 for sure, but grade 11 too. She ended up living with Eric. She ended up being Eric's roommate before Eric was my roommate. Oh, and Susan, Eric's girlfriend, basically a third roommate. Like Brian, our fourth in here. When I made myself the third honorary one before going to Costa Rica and then say Germany, nope, then Australia. And then coming back and being with my brother and sister. My brother had moved to Vancouver while I was away in Australia. So almost certainly post 9/11. Okay, we're going one more. We're going to wait till we don't get to it, like a highly significant date. Oh, Paige. For you, Paige. Okay, Paige. I recently just talked about Paige, and I don't remember how. It was the Ariana Grande, who also just recently came out, look-alike. And I was like, there was a girl in our high school who looked like my sister, like very similar. I don't look like my sister. Paige looked identical to my sister. And how fun that was. Excited. She was also a Christian, a real sweetheart of a human being. And liked her, and she was in my year, and Tirza and me did not get along. And her name was not Tirza, it was Candace. And wasn't living with us at the time. She was in the same year as Ryan, who I did get along with. No, yeah. Yeah, no, we broke up when I was in grade 10, halfway through. So only the first half a year of me being in high school with both of them. What was my point? Paige. Leo just got, his date just came up, and Leo, Maya's son, Theo, very close. Not the, Paige and Leo, a Rachel McAdams movie, The Vow, that came up about basically, I think, a woman who has like amnesia from an accident. Her dad had an affair with her high school. I don't know. I watched like a TikTok amalgamation of like, what the fuck? I would be watching it. But her name's Paige, and either the guy, someone's named Leo, one of her love interests. I think the guy she's actually meant to be with. And so it's Paige and Leo, right after I talked about Paige and Leo. And look, 122. The day Allie talked about me. We caught that. I just said that's the wrong direction. No, it's already said that. That's nothing. None of us know that is a date. That is not a different twins I know birthday. The day I was in Australia with someone who shares Rachel McAdams' birthday. Who looks like Wesley from Princess Bride, who plays Nick Reiner's father in Being Charlie, the movie he wrote to explain his experience with his family. So basically, Wes is Rob Reiner, who he murders along with his mother on December 14th, the same day Bondi Beach massacre occurs. If you think you'd be living my experience and not fucking crazy, while knowing how to save the world and no one's listening to any of it. It's like, right, is it delusional? Did my sister, maybe not, live in a state that's named after Allie Breesley's mom's name, whose birthday just happened, who shares a birthday with Luigi, you know what I mean? All the things. A ridiculous number. The Ryans, of which story I did know and did tell these parts of it, long before it was my daughter's birthday, New Year's Eve. And it was just the Ryans. Before Ryan. Ski Trip. Oh God, the 70s show has a one that aired on January 17th, I believe, 1999, which is when I was dating the third Ryan. And he took me on a ski trip for my birthday where it was just like one of the stories of having like my worst boyfriend experience, I think, ever. Both because he had these friends come and stay with. I lived 4 blocks away. We were leaving early in the morning, I feel like on my birthday. But it might have been, I might be a little wrong on the timeline. I remember quite what day of the week. Going to Whistler to go skiing. We ended up snowboarding, the 3 of us, because he refused to come and fall on his ass with us and snowboard. And, well, his ass with me. I think it was all of our first time. Whereas he was like, I'm going to go skiing. I was like, I'm not. I went skiing once or twice at that time. I think twice. These might have been my 2 times. Once snowboarding, once skiing. I'm like, when is my second time? I feel like we went twice in school in Alberta, but we might have only went once, which was a memory. Was a memory. Was a memory. But if the second one wasn't, then I think it was the snowboarding. I had a great time snowboarding with his 2 friends who he'd like set up to be bad, and it was just weird. And we stopped at McDonald's on the way, and he paid for it, but he drank my entire drink. Like, it was like a tiny bit left or nothing left. And I was like, thanks for drinking. And he was like, well, I paid for it. I was like, I would have happily paid for my own food if it meant I could eat it and drink it. 6:07, the wedding day. That won't be happening in 30 days, right? Less than 30 now. I mean, it wasn't not because it's less than 30, because it's 2 people need to consent to a wedding. You need to meet, get to know each other, decide, right, before you get married. And even then it's delusional as fuck that you're, you know what I mean? This is a different level. September 11th. We'll get to one that isn't relevant. Oh. April 5th. That is not. That is like the one date in April. I think it became relevant this year. Possibly I wouldn't have added it to the spreadsheet. It's deleted now, so who knows? Lost in time forever. On the spreadsheet, though. Namesake of... the San Juan Islands, Orca Islands. A lot of things happened there. And May 2nd. Died May 2nd. Jessica's birthday. First talk with Jack. Well, that's big. My very first talk with Jack. That better be on this channel. It is. It wouldn't be on the Teether. Yeah. Howard Hughes Jr. death date. The one whose dad died on my birthday. And was in the one that is now deleted. The third one that was put out on June 28th, Maya and everyone else's birth. Everyone else is born that day. The day Kurt Cobain dies. So it's not a big day in the signs and symbols, but it is. Yeah, right. Law and Order episode 2020. Girl Interrupted. Not SVU. Hopefully I would put SVU if it was SVU. I think they only just got to 2020, but it's my Girl Interrupted. I'm trying to get to it because it just says Girl Interrupted and I can't. Come on. That doesn't. Kurt Cobain, Law and Order. Where is it? This is weird as. Is it? What? I would show it if I didn't have a. But Girl Interrupted as daughter, girlfriend, and interesting text. Maybe it's part of the Law and Order. Oh, it is. It is part. That's why it continues on. It looks like it's in that cell, and it's not in that cell. All right, what was it that we were on before? Now I went to the last one. It's like I can go back. This is going to take me to the... No, that's not going to work. Well, we might not be. Ooh, we can go back up. That was the first one.
We're not...
Was it the 28th, right? It was July 28th I was looking at. Because it wasn't a date. Which is how this goes now. Only... Yeah, okay. And it was a TikTok we were going to watch. I believe we've watched all my reposts. Orcas under the Lionsgate Bridge. A family of orcas. Oh, that one might have only been 2.
I decided to finally talk about what I believe is one of the most unethical uses of
One of the most unethical uses of algorithms. I'm sure this isn't relevant at all. That was sarcasm. It'll be highly relevant. I don't know what it is, though.
algorithms in the world, which is dating apps, Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, they're all evil. So I've made this example for a while. I teach artificial intelligence, and I always said, if Tinder had the best possible algorithm in the world, what would that look like? Well, it depends who you ask. For the user, the best possible Tinder algorithm just connects you directly with the love of your life. That's it. Boom. Happy forever. That would be a shit algorithm for Tinder. Tinder has an interest in keeping you constantly a little bit dissatisfied. This is what they want, and this is what their algorithm has to do. If their algorithm is too good for the user, then it's bad for them. They have an interest in making you always feel a little bit miserable. Now, I recently became single again, and I was like, I don't feel like dating. I don't want to go out too much, but I was like, okay, let's see what's going on. I'm gonna travel a little bit. Maybe I'm gonna meet some interesting people. I downloaded the apps again, and oh my freaking god! Like 4 years ago when I was single, it was not great, but at least there was some option to date people. Right now, I got like zero meaningful interactions. But what I noticed is that the app keeps telling you, hey, do you want to be seen? Gotta upgrade, bitch. Give us the money. And so there's this very unethical situation in which they know that especially one side of the market, which is males, is frustrated. They know that dating is important for people. Everybody wants to have, some love in their life. And what they do is they train their algorithms, they tune them so that you're unhappy. And then they tell you, do you
The person whose birthday this is, and I was like, where did I see that name before? Sorry, July 28th's birthday is in 90210. One of the main characters who's in that show. I won't say how because otherwise it'll be, but like is in the episode that I watched. That's where I saw it. Name.
want happiness, baby? Give us the money. I hate this. I hate this because the promise of the business is to help people find somebody they love, right? And instead, they use technology to give you pretty much the opposite, unless you pay. I believe that's unethical. It's fucked up. And after I have tested it again, I'm gonna delete all the apps. Fuck you guys. I decided to finally talk about I think there's this new super interesting
Oh, I don't remember what it's been. Oh no, there's 3 things this date is, and they all started this year. They all happen on this. Well, no, one's the birthday of somebody, which is Carlos's roommate. She was in Japan, and he was bored and lonely at home and decided to attack Thomas on that same day. And the Canada school shooting, where a bunch of children, teens were killed. One being a Maya was shot and ended up in the hospital here at Children's. I thought she was dead for a bit. Tumbler Ridge happened on February 10th. And so many other things since then, but those are the 3 that happened. But we're watching this for this point. I was going to watch the pin, but I wanted to like his from an AI. That's why we got here, right? From July 28th about profit and how profit in dating apps fucks with the very thing. It's pretending it's there to serve, right? It's there to find you a date, except no, it's not, because if it did that well, it wouldn't have a profit motive maximized. And it's there to maximize profit, not your love life.
trend in AI where progress is moving from research to engineering. What does that mean? There's been a lot of new amazing AI products out there. Like an example is Claude this agent where you can ask it to do anything via WhatsApp and it does things. And if you think about those improvements, and not because of new AI models. In the past, if you wanted to have something better, you had to wait for GPT-5 or GPT-6, whatever. These things are better because of engineering tricks. An example is this thing called the Model Context Protocol, which allows AI agents to pull data and information from different sources, or the concept of sub-agents, which allow an agent to spin up multiple agents. These things are not research problems. They're not new AI models. They are engineering tricks to get more performance out of what we have already. And this is the reason why this is important.
I wasn't really paying attention because on TikTok, Farah started following me. And I was going to pause and say that. And I was like, it's not really that relevant. It doesn't matter. But then remembered that like we had just mentioned Farah, the teen mom, because Nova and a bunch of times came up. Teen Mom, this MTV show. That Farah is one of them, but it's Farah Abraham. So I was like, no, it's not Farah Abraham who's following me. It's someone who just has Farah as, you know what I mean? But because I have such a small TikTok and etc., when it's a person, it's almost always relevant, always something to do with signs and symbols. I don't, let's see what else. Let's see if there's anything in here. Because if if I have to go down too far or not. A fae. Monkey's mama. But it's on April 29th. Oh, that was the day. Oh, sorry. I think I lost my YouTube account. And one of the people I've been following for a while. I'm talking about started following me back.
He's a psychopath.
He's a psychopath. I don't know, is that what I this did? I feel like we already did what I was there to do. Or okay, back to watching.
Is because engineering moves faster than research. That's why we are seeing this, uptick in innovation and in performance of AI out of AI products. It's not new models, it's better ways to leverage the existing power of these models to build freaking amazing things. Isn't it cool? I think it's cool. Let me know what you think. I think there's this new.
I really just saw AI convince a guy to get divorced. Like, you know what I mean? He just was like, yes, you should. Logically, if we are going to be together, you should divorce your wife, right? Oh.
Super interesting trend.
Times interesting.
If you're not spending.
This is now the day that Barut died. I think I know her. I think that's her first name. The third primatologist. Whose birthday is today? Today's her birthday.
So Anthropic claims they have
April 11th. I'm sure it's tons on the spreadsheet, but I'm not looking it up. Have another model. I don't know. Read on the other one. And
You made me.
than...
I liked everything about the course. I walked.
You 509.
Made me just one.
That's the one that's on mine, isn't it? The one that we keep getting to, and then I'm like, we're done with mine. The one with the whales, not whales, they're dolphins actually behind me. Oh, where I'm talking about the 5 pride. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I think it's 522. I might be wrong on that, but supercharge your ChatGPT prompts. Be just one from 2023. This is 3 years ago. Let's hear.
Short video away from changing completely the way you use ChatGPT. I teach AI at Harvard, and I'm going to give you a few tips for free on how to improve 10x the way that you give prompts to ChatGPT. Let's suppose you need to write an email to complain to an airline company, and you want to use ChatGPT to do that. This is what most people would do. Write a complaint email to an airline company because their flight was late. So, as you can see, the output is pretty generic. It feels like it's been written by a person like me that doesn't know anything about law, but we can make this much better. And I will show you how with a simple framework called.
I just want it, right? One person wrote on here, he posted this May 22nd, right, of 3 years ago. On that same year, on Russell Brand's birthday, my great uncle's birthday, somebody wrote whatever that is, and he responded 2 weeks later on June 20th, which will become known as Michaela Rain's death date when she took her own life. And I didn't know about her existence until after she wasn't in existence anymore. This is my parents' wedding anniversary, which is the next day, which is why I think that one is the other one. I feel like that's JFK's birthday. I always say please and thank you when I use ChatGPT. Anyway, I don't actually want to listen to this. Is it too long? No, I do. I like the whole point is to hear how outdated it is. Of like, well, that has caused someone to murder someone since then. So, but he still has this pinned from 3 years ago.
CD. C stands for context, E for instructions, D for details, and I for input. Let's try it out. Context. Act as a lawyer expert in consumer rights. Instruction. I will give you details about a flight delay, and you will write an email to the company to complain about it. Details. Use a formal tone and make references to EU law. Now, input, and this is where a lot of people make mistakes. You're not talking to a human being. You're talking to a machine. You can speak in a different way to make it easier for the machine to understand you. I'll show you. Flight details. Coming into London, 9th of May, flight, and here I come up with a random sequence. Company Ryanair, and
Ryanair, May 9th. May 9th, yesterday. Denver, a plane hits a fucking pedestrian.
I had these problems with you. I just took you as an example, okay? Delay 3.5 hours. Let's look at the difference. And this is what I get. All the details are filled up already. It's referencing this EU regulation, which actually exists. You can go check it out. And it's making claims which, to the best of my knowledge, are actually true. Look at the tone of voice. It's so much better. It feels like a lawyer that is actually writing this. And it ends with a nice call to action that I'm sure is going to increase my odds of getting a refund. Now, obviously, before sending this, I will double check that everything that GPT has said is true, but it's so much better and you can use the framework for everything that you want to need. If you found this useful, you're going to love my upcoming courses on ChatGPT. Go sign up and you know where to find the link. You may be just one short video away from changing.
I liked everything about the course. I walked away feeling empowered with the
This might have been. This is the same year. Wait. Nope, because this is the year after. I was like, maybe this is why the other one is why he picked May 9th as the ticket date, right? Random date in his head. Also, his pinned video a year later.
knowledge that I gained and knowing how to put everything to use. And I feel like a rock star.
This is the magic of an AI Academy program. We found out that the best way to learn artificial intelligence is to bet on human curiosity, human connection, and a little bit of humans getting their hands dirty. This is why if we want to teach you AI, we're not going to give you just a bunch of videos. This is not how humans learn. We're going to give you a challenge. We're going to give you a project that you are going to build with your own hands and with the help of an amazing community in 2 months. This has changed already a few people's career, and it can change yours as well. So the next chance for you to experience all of this is by joining the next edition of the Generative AI Project Bootcamp, starting next week. I hope I'm going to see you in class.
I like
I wasted time and money switching between tools. Now with Canva Business,
So I believe that is the date. It is when Katy Perry was in Melbourne. At not the year. It's not 2021, but like the year that Ruby Rose were at. I can't remember what the name of the nightclub was, but I feel like it was relevant at the time. It just came out. Anyway, August 13th. The 12th is the Starbucks reunion. But I remember it being the 12th, the 13th. And the 13th wasn't already something, so it has become that. The last day I talked to Ryan, who I was... Oh, we're not watching this. I wasn't made it long. No, we're definitely not doing that. That's right. Copyright strike. What's with my nose? Stop it. My nose is hallucinating. And it's itchy. Stop it. Love this. Love this. Oh, why artificial intelligence is more human than you think. Oh, currently, Dawkins wrote the selfish gene. 625 right now. When I was in chapters where I also read chat. Dawkins, selfish gene theory and how all genes are looking to propagate. All genes are selfish. And he thinks his ChatGPT is conscious because it thinks he's swell. You know what I mean? He like has emotions. It thinks I'm great. And great things. I love things that think I'm great. I that is my version of what Dawkins had to say. I only watched half of it. All right. Do we have anything else we were supposed to do, or should I end it here? I feel like there was something else we were supposed to be looking at. I'm not going to remember what it is. That was just that. Was there anything else on here? I definitely want to check that out. Travis's birthday. Don't care. That one I do. Comment from former boyfriend. Yeah, no, that was the one. The one in the A column. I feel like it was somebody who got killed and it was her former boyfriend saying, and who knows if he's still in the comment section, but whoa. Does that not, oh my god. Does that not look exact? Was that? What? Tell me that doesn't look like the muscles with Timber? Is okay, maybe it was just the haircut. Just white and just somebody with not facials and tell me that wasn't a carbon fucking copy. I understand and wish to proceed. Prologue and location. No chance. Search. Wonder if they. Okay, yeah, that's.
There are 6 words that are really hard.
No, right. Just haircut. Just haircut. Maybe some facial features. I want a side by side. I want a side by side. Wonder if his name starts with a D. Okay. I have literally no idea unless someone died, so.
They are generally more vulnerable in this position and may seek to find love more. He struck up a conversation with Bailey. That conversation would morph into occasional chats that became regular rendezvous.
Right, let's. A chance encounter turns Bagshaw family upside down. Comments turned off! Well, there was a comment from an ex-boyfriend, and now I have no idea who or what it was because the comments have been turned off. I do not like it when things change. They're not here anymore. Okay, but let's. Oh, May 7th, 2018. Teen Bailey Bagshaw grabs the family's mail from hanging mailbox at the side of the front door of her home in Salt Lake City and steps outside. At 3 p.m. on the weekday, would be home alone. Someone beside her mother already knew that. It's too much. Like, give me the fucking cabinet. I don't need it. Ridiculous. Hospitality, control, innocence, no control spared. Salt Lake City history. Mark Twain. Stock footage. Is that where Mark Twain was? Salt Lake City? Annoying. Why? Why did you turn the comments off? I feel like it was her, whoever died, it was their ex. And I think he was saying good things about them and that, like, kind of back. I don't. And you know where it probably is? Oh, right, July 28th. Because that's why this is here. Really annoys me. Because I almost certainly covered this, right? And had the comments on the deleted channels that are no longer here. The history, that, whatever. We'll get them back if we're meant to. But does she not look? Okay, I need to bring up. Maybe not. I don't. Okay, I'm going to go to mine. The Jubilee. You did it again. Every time. Ooh. Fun. All right. Lots of 2s. Reposts? Yes, but what reposts? Okay, I gotta come back. Oh, right. The red one. Okay. Nope. Different face. Different face. But, actually, let me just see if we can get a closer up. I feel like the other one is actually a better picture. Or more. There we go. Because it was actually kind of partly that. So I can't share. You can't share 2 screens. I'm like trying to figure out if I can do this in any kind of way. I don't know. Okay, so that phase and then unshare. So the haircut and color are like identical. Okay, Operation Toussaint, which I don't. Does that mean that's the one? Okay, let's see what it means. My guess is it's the video on YouTube, but whether it is Operation Toussaint or just like when he's talking about that with Kyle Cease is another question. Okay, what is going on? Spreadsheets acting like spreadsheets and not like they're historical. What's the word? Spiritual documents. That's not the right. What is the Bible and the Torah and the books of the dead and etc.? What are they called? Collectively together, like what distinguishes them. Okay. Comment from data. Okay, yeah, no. I was like, how did we miss it? It was in spot number 2. And I went from spot 1 to 3 for no reason. YouTube. Oh, and there was also, what? Come on. Rude. I wish at least, like with TikTok, you can tell whose account it is. So I can go back and remember, but nope, no idea. Operation Toussaint. Which they might have taken down because, honestly, Tim Ballard is. But I think there was 2 operations, one of which happened on February 19th, which comes out of his mouth. And the other, and that's the one he adopted his kids from, and the other one was Operation Toussaint that they also made a documentary for, and I think that was the Hades earthquake. And in it, he tells a story about how one of the people he rescues, it's her birthday, the day he rescues her, I think. And anyway, like, and it's the anniversary of the earthquake. All in this, whatever date that is, which I feel like is January, not July 28th. Operation Toussaint. Operation Underground Railroad.
I never dreamed.
So this is July 27th, 2020. My guess is it was possibly the movie or a preview or a trailer or something that was, and I don't know if the other one was 2020, just it's pretty close to the same time period.
Dreamed that I would work in Haiti. I didn't know anything really about Haiti until I learned about a little boy who was born in Utah, U.S. citizen, and was kidnapped in Haiti from his church, where his father was the pastor. I read about it in the local newspaper. I thought that I could make it into a U.S. case, and I couldn't because it wasn't. We had to leave our jobs. I had to leave my job because I just had to do something about it. We went to Haiti to look for his son. Yeah, it's right here. And we never found him.
I'm sorry. What?
We had to leave our jobs. I had to leave my job because I in Haiti from his church. We're in Utah, U.S. citizen, and was kidnapped in Haiti from his church, where his father was the pastor.
No, okay, that's not. I heard U.S. citizen and kidnapped, and I didn't know Gardy was a U.S. citizen, and I don't think that was, like, maybe I just misunderstood that, but it was still in Haiti that it happened, from his church. And his dad wandering the streets, calling his name, and then going and there being one raid and him being like, well, at least other kids were rescued. Anyway, I was like, wait a minute. They went there because there was a American kid that had been. And again, if there was an American citizen, though, who had been kidnapped in Haiti, you don't think that there would be something? Not Tim Ballard all over it?
I read about it in the local newspaper. I thought that I could make it into a U.S. case, and I couldn't because it wasn't. We had to leave our jobs. I had to leave my job because I just had to do something about it. We went to Haiti to look for his son. Yeah, it's right here. And we never found him.
People weren't talking about human trafficking like they are now. And really it's because of the work and efforts by organizations like Operation Underground Railroad.
It's a subject that nobody wants to think about or talk about. It's the worst part of humanity.
Okay. Wow.
And yet,
Was that undercover person talking about 13 and it's Tony Robbins, but like 13 and 14, was that not Tim Ballard insisting on going undercover? I can't. Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh, Operation Tucson. Well, actually, sorry, I did want to see when that. Because I'm going to show you the other one that I meant, and we'll hear that one if it's still available, because I know where that is. January 12th, so the day. It should be Haiti's earthquake. That should be, like, if I could control it, that would be the date that January 12th would register as, and not the day the other Mean Girls came out. Like, not the second one that doesn't exist, but the second first one. After my high school was doing Mean Girls. Oh, by January 21st. Okay, 24th. So that's also the day that Operation something happened. I'm going to go find the one on... I don't think it is on February 19th. Oh, it won't be on February 19th. Will it? Maybe. It should be everywhere. It should be everywhere, damn it. Okay, there's a YouTube video. Family Day emails. Kyle sees Me Too interval injured. Now unlisted. Yeah, okay. Although it doesn't say why does it should it's not at 0 and there should definitely be a timestamp. Oh no. That's their never mind, that is their Me Too, because that's the whole reason, right? They had Kyle Cease was Me Too'd by Ann Allison February 19th, 2020, and then he put up the interview with Tim Ballard on February. Yeah, okay, let's put that one up, especially since I already copy and pasted it. We can see if it's still available. Yes, just on
because it hit me. These children have nobody. The only adults in their life are trying to hurt them. We must be their parents. If we
this one's on February 19th, 2023. Kyle. Bogey Lowenstein. Oh, are we living in the same universe? Okay, now let me go find the other one. Because then, right, 2023, Sound of Music was coming on. Then they released the second part of this interview before Tim Ballard is outed. And Jim Cazzizel, I'm sure, wants nothing to do with him after. Peyton. Who's, that's the 13th. February 13th is Peyton Lautner's. Sorry, it was just Prince Andrew's birthday. We're now on February 19th. February 19th. Japanese internment. Family days. Instagram. Birthday of a serial killer. Stephen Warren. Another YouTube video. I need one with timestamp. July 9th, Tim Ballard's mouth. There we go. And so the video's from July 9th, not July 28th, because that was Operation Tucson. But here, out of Tim Ballard's mouth, after Sound of Freedom comes out. I don't remember which day I watched. Whatever day I watched it on is the day that the Tim I know in real life, who I would see next at the Starbucks reunion, and told me about The Matrix. And I watched The Matrix, and February 19th was the first thing across the screen in that, even though I was looking for September 11th. Right? The father's little boy. He's talking about the same little boy who went missing in the church. And this one is, again, July 9th. This one I think is still available. Yeah, I don't know why this one is and the other one isn't. July 9th, 2023. 1,004 comments, someone said. Kudos, my friend. Kudos. I cried from the beginning to end. This man, neither of them have ever saved a child.
But everything to start OUR. I don't know that I would have started it with. I don't think I would have. Because I had so much to focus on, this little boy who represented so much. And fast forward to February 19th, 2014, first operation. You just saw footage of it. We go to the orphanage. We get the kids out. It's beautiful. It ends in the adoption of my children. It's beautiful. But what wasn't so beautiful is the little boy Gardy was not there.
So I'm not so maybe it is the same operation he's talking about, but I'm pretty sure Operation anyway. And when did Operation Tucson happen? I don't know because the film was put out July 10th of a year. I don't know what the July 28th was. It might have been a different trailer that was put out the next day. All right. Anyway, February 19th and then February 19th, the first thing. And I'd already put out a video July 4th or 5th, sorry, May 4th or 5th. Around the time a young child was stabbed outside of Carter's school and Allie was shenanigan. What happened? What happened to Ryan? I don't know. Whatever. February 19th, I'd already put out the video. Because an Allison had me too to Kyle C. Not a Kyle, that Kyle Cease, and I was part of a Facebook group where we were finding these things out while we were trying to be not Tim Jubilee. Kyle was like our guru, right? We're reading his books, listening to his stuff. I went to an event, which is Tirza had the foster child at the time period, went to Disneyland, that whole thing. I came back and did the 100 apples with the iPad. Kyle Cease's mom died while that was what happened when we were there, right? Yeah. His girlfriend was very pregnant at the time. She went on to give birth on, I want to say on July 20th, on the day that Malcolm Jamal Warner died. Tim Ballard, his birthday. Oz Perlman, who's a pretend psychic. How can anyone make sense of these signs and symbols? They're crazy pants. Crazy pants. I need to. So Ryan's, I was going to go off on the Ryan's. And then I think I'm going to play my TikTok about May 6th, Allie's mom's birthday, where I was downtown in the Georges. When I was a teenager. Let's try this. Let's see it. Let's see if we can do it. First, although I need a pen. I need a pen and paper, not to tell a linear story because that ain't happening. Just a stick. Okay, Ryan's. Eric, Jared, that's too many things. They're just Ryans. We're sticking with the Ryans. True lies to the IDF. All roads leads. Okay. So when I was a 14-year-old girl, I went to the cheap movie theater with a bunch of other girls. Too many. I don't even know who they were. Like, I don't know who my best friend was at the time because it was kind of during a transition time. And I asked someone who was my best friend, like way after Ryan, when we had a conversation in 2023. Her brother would go on to marry my sister's friend. So she's the aunt of, anyway, one of my former roommates actually in Vancouver. Oh, I lived with both my brother and a friend and my sister and a friend. And some of my friends from back home in Lethbridge. All in Vancouver. See, I can't even stick to the point. That's what this is. Stick to the point. True lies. Afterwards, we went to McDonald's. Me and one group of friends met Ryan and his friends who would go on. One went on to marry, who was my best friend, Debbie, the Deb, the movie that Rebel Wilson is suing somebody over because of an event at Bondi Beach. I'm like, Deb, back. We gotta go back to True Lies. Met Ryan number 1. Right before, I'm sorry, Deb. We're adults now. I hope you're over it. I really hope you know what I mean? A kid. We weren't even pissed her pants on New Year's Eve because we couldn't get to the washroom in time. And we're being very judgmental. Like, why would anyone choose to pee instead of pull down their pants and pee? Like, I don't understand. Surely be cold too. I think that's actually a crime. Peeing your pants isn't. We were like a block and a half from the 7-Eleven washroom that is open 24/7. But I don't know if she knew that. And anyway, buses are free. I had stalkers at the time period who didn't exist, but I had made prints in the snow, and I believe I did that night. And nothing to do with her peeing her pants, but it did have to do with buses and New Year's Eve, and later on Ian and I and Hope and Taxi to Hope on New Year's Eve before all these things, before it becomes the birthday of my daughter. Ryan and I date. I'm friends with Krista and Debbie at the time, like Krista, then Debbie. Leah, I don't think I was no longer friends with Leah, so I don't know if we'd gotten into our physical fight yet. Our one and only. The person I just said I had a conversation with, who married whose brother married friend, and Leah are the two people I got into a physical altercation with in my life. Leah and mine's lasted about, I don't know, less than 2 minutes. And then we both basically stopped for stupid reasons that I got punched in the cheek. I was like, I'm having an asthma attack. And she was like, yeah, she has asthma, really bad asthma. We got to stop. And I was like, I don't have asthma. You know, I don't have it. Like, I was like, but I couldn't breathe. And it was all I could think of to say, right? I'd been winded. Neither of us wanted to fight. And we ended anyway. Good times. Good times. That was definitely like becoming friends with Debbie and stopping being friends with Leah, which means it would have been. I'm pretty sure it would have been before, actually. What did it have been? And whatever. I'll figure that out at a different time. It's not what we're doing. And there was something I was going to look up in my journal. What was it? It was Ryan and something. Ryan number 3. 90210. Oh, what was the date? What was the finale date? The other, sorry, I'm seeing the birds. I do. No, the other one. Yeah, that one. Okay. The right one actually came up. Ian, I forgot there's an Ian that plays Steve Sanders. What's your birthday? Sorry, first, which she usually has. October 4th, 1990 is the episode first date, and the finale is May 17th, 2000, which would be the last final day that Ian, wrong one, Jared and I broke up May 17th, 2000. Oh, which it can't be that year then, because we were 1999. So what was the finale? Season 9? Even that seems wrong, because it would have already been. It was the number 63 finale. And it might have just, maybe it wasn't the, I remember bitching about 90210. It would be kind of, oh, you guys aren't with me. You guys are Tim Ballard, and you're literally not with me. It's not on the screen anyway. I was going to come back and check. I was like, nah, it's okay. It's not. Because I'm supposed to be staying with the Ryans. The story I already knew. That's not going to happen, right? I'm intertwined in everything else, clearly. Clearly. But True Lies I already knew was the day that I'd met Ryan. I didn't trace it back to Eric, but I did trace it back to all my best friends because of this switching of best friends every year and a half or so based on drama and my neurodivergency that I wouldn't discover for years and years. And holding a grudge, and my nervous system holding a grudge, etc. Boyfriends, it's easier because, you know, once you're done, you're done. Bye. Move on. I can pine and, you know, Ryan number 1 definitely pined over so many journal articles. So many. Brian number 1 dated for a long time. My mom was actually going to move because her and my dad, he was on the coast out here in Vancouver. They were broken up. I don't know if they were divorced yet, but she hadn't yet met, was dating Barry, was planning basically to do the Edmonton move she did later before my brother graduated, but it would have been, well, I was in grade 9. Because like right around, me and Ryan had just started dating. I think we were like 4, 5, we were ways into dating where he was going to like come and drive up and see me. 5 hours. Couldn't drive across town, dear God. He went away for the summer, and I'm trying to remember if we had sex before or after that. I feel like we did before, and then after that with much more gusto, much more like, yeah, this is our new hobby. This is, I mean, when you take a purity, I don't think I ever took a purity pledge, but like me and God did. Like I did with God alone in my bedroom for sure, wrote poems about my virginity. And never being equipped that my body was going to want to. Like at no point was that I was like, I'm ready for peer pressure. I'm ready for his pressure. If you love me, we're going to, I want to. It's not prepared for this. What the hell? Point. That being a big part of him being like my first love and first sex, and it being a big deal because of my Christianity, because of that means we're supposed to get married, that means we're supposed to be forever, that's like a pledge that is bigger than, and I feel like it was around 9 months, but I also remember we were having sex in our 9th month, and me being like, wow, if we'd been having sex the whole time, we would have been having a baby. We could have. There would have been potential to just date a human being by now, and that somehow being profound. But I don't know why I think that means that we had sex for the first time in our 9th month, because that would make it in September, and I don't think that was the case. Anyway, this is me and my memory and working with the journals I have. You know what I mean? I'm not going to right now. I was going to try and find the 902-101, which I just have to flip through the 99s to find the one on Ryan. But Ryan number 1, we date, sex, we're teenagers. We're like the safest teenagers ever. Responsible. He came with me to the appointment at the like safe sex clinic to get on birth control because we were thinking about, you know what I mean? Like we were double pantsed with 2 condoms on, which is probably not very safe, but you know, anyway. I'm thinking about sex. We don't want babies. So let's get this under control. This is long before MTV's like, it's like, no, but I had 16 and pregnant in real life. It was like people without birth control knowledge who were like, I can just drink some Coke. I can just shoot some Coke up there. That should say, oh, I have a baby celebrating their 2nd birthday next month. Leah's gorgeous daughter, born after we were no longer friends to, I feel like my ex-boyfriend. And I could be wrong on that. This is my memory. And, you know, but like that feels like that would be up. That who I dated he's one of my stories of like, we dated for 2 weeks and when I broke up with him, pretended not to speak English. It was like, no español. Inglés? That would be, I don't speak Spanish. And he does speak, whatever. So many of the people, like I was like, was I the problem? Was I the adjacent virgin problem? Because why are you all pregnant? It was like the pregnancy pact, but they didn't know they were having it because it was with the universe or God or something weird outside of time. But hey, those human beings exist. And I'm sure they're amazing. Ryan and I, again, my sister's grade 12. We started dating when I was in grade 9. I went to the True Lies at the beginning of grade 9. We started dating Super Bowl Sunday, which is January-ish. School ends at the end of June here, and you have July, August off before starting grade 10, where I'm going from junior high to high school, therefore from Wilson Middle School to Winston Churchill High School in Lethbridge, where my sister and Ryan already attend and will be going into grade 12. My sister's popular. And I'm like, you know, I don't like it. I'd already transitioned from elementary to junior high, where I'd been best friends with Carrie, whose mom was lesbian, and my mom was in love with her mom, but couldn't admit it to herself until, you know, never, still. Green eggs and ham happened. No, wrong green, fried green tomatoes happened at their house. One of my favorite friendships, we ended up being friends years later when my mother married Barry, who was in AA with, his sister was with, anyway, all of them, lots of people, AA. And reconnecting, smoking pot for the first time on June 28th with that same Carrie, but now years later. And my step cousins, step peoples, step cousins, and I don't think step brother tried to hit him years later, and I was like, weren't we related? Yeah, for like a year, and he never lived with us, but like, you know what? His brother was my grocer here in Kitsilano, when I lived in Kitsilano. At the fun. That one and only place. I was like, where did I know you from? Were our parents married? Yes, they were. Hey, Patrick. The gay man who lived in Calgary, and Barry, the worst dad ever. Basically, all 3 of his children were, in his own mind, dysfunctional. And the youngest was the only one that was actually dysfunctional. And he was just, you know, into Nirvana and did B&Es and such. Like, you know what I mean? Like, grew out of it, I'm sure. I'm sure he's fine. Oh, their mom worked with Devin and Jared's mom. So we had so much fun drama in our lives. At the delivery unit that Devin would go on to also become. I have no idea about that drew, because we don't know, we're no longer in friends talking weekly. Because that's what happened. I think we went from nightly or weekly talks to no longer being scheduled, right? Being my neurodiversity. You're not going to schedule it weekly without thinking about it. Year 7, we'll be through this story. Ryan, brokenhearted. I don't have any friends anymore because I went from being friends with Debbie to being friends, and I don't remember why. I went to being friends with Krista. And only Krista. I think I don't remember. Debbie was nice. She ended up marrying one of Ryan's friends. She had a big family that I also really liked. Her family was anyway associated with one of my exes who I dated for 2 weeks and pretended to speak Spanish. I was speaking English. He spoke only Spanish. He was pretending he spoke only Spanish, which I wouldn't learn until I would go to Costa Rica, and I still wouldn't learn it. I would only learn to read it phonetically. No, ¿Cómo se dice? How do I say crazy pants? Loco? Pantaloons? No, that's a different. No, that's why we don't rely on my memory, even with just English. Oh. I ended up hanging out with Ryan and his friends every Saturday night while they would watch doubleheader hockey at their young friend Yoshi's house, and like I would at least get Ryan to make up the bedroom. Like I'm like hockey or making out. We'd end up making out, which is probably why I put up with it so often. Is I did enjoy the making out. I did not enjoy the hockey. The hockey was so fucking boring. I would not enjoy a hockey game, even going to like the Hurricanes and ones in person, which were slightly more enjoyable. But until the one around my grandmother's birthday with Jared at the Jubilee Arena, where we both knew him, some of his roommates, teammates who, anyway. And one of the other people was someone Devin had a crush on who was in our high school with us, and he was played on the opposing team. And so it's all about his dreamy eyes in my journal article. Like it's not Devin's journal article, but it's like my version of her through, you know what I mean? Fun. Ryan and I, Dayton, he's got male friends who are in grade 12, except for his one who's a year younger, 2 years younger than me. So like 5 years younger than them. But his house is available every Saturday because his parents aren't there. So he's their best friend. Not using him at all. Well, totally racist to him, who's half, I think, Japanese, and the one that she married who is Filipinos. I actually don't know what he is. Maybe from Laos. And it stands out in Lethbridge, though. Like, it's not, what? They were what? Like, they knew. We knew. Until I moved to Vancouver, and I was like, isn't whiteness just, you didn't all experience whiteness even though you weren't white? No. Did you try? Sure. Dear God. Ryan, Mormon. Oh, every time I see a Yorkie, I think about him because when we were just dating, just talking, meeting up, and I'd never been to his house yet, he would yell at his dogs, or they'd be like, "Get down!" Which now I'm understanding was like from the couch because they were Yorkies, and so when I walk up, I was expecting big dogs like pit bulls, and they were this tiny little Yorkies, and they had puppies. Well, we were dating. At the very end of our relationship, I ended up actually, when we were broken up, taking care of the puppies. Well, they were visiting Hawaii. They were visiting the oldest son. I feel like where else would they have went? Children? They were like the wedding. Where did he go? Where was he? I left him. I love me. I asked him years later. He did not find them. I wrote him a love letter that was like, whatever we just saw that woman in red do. Like I'm in love with you. I'm always going to be in love with you. If you're pining for me and you find this, it was like the closest I've ever come to laying my heart out on the line for a man. Like, I'm clearly have to get married. I don't know. Anyway, I put it in with our love letter so that if he was reading our old ones, he'd find it, but not unless he was, right? Look at me. I think I even sprayed my perfume on his bed. He's like, here. I'm like, I had a nap in your bed. What? It smells like me? How did that happen? Because he's my ex at the time, right? I'm trying to win him back. He's like, you know what? I'm about to graduate. I'm not that into you. I'm into hanging out with my friends. I'm like, but sex. And it's fun. And I can't ever have it with anyone ever again. We'll deconstruct that later. Have sex the second time with Ryan number 2. 3, sorry, not number 2. 2's only in the mix because of everything else. You know what I mean? Otherwise, because I dated him when I was in Germany, which both added 3 months to our relationship that we weren't together, right? And so we dated like 5 months, but really it would have been the regular 6 weeks to 8 weeks if that hadn't been the case. That he was friends with Eric, that we met at Eric's cousin Tyler's house on New Year's Eve, which is what we're getting to. We're getting to the Ryan story that I knew before, right? True Lies. Meeting all of my friends and boyfriends because of True Lies, not knowing anything about if we gotten into the cast. Nope, that's not till 2023. Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis on my mother's birthday. Interesting. Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Kennedys and et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, True Lies. I met Eric in grade 11 after coming back from, no, not after coming back from Germany, Jubilee. No, you wrote him the entire time you were in Germany. He was one of 3 people you wrote regularly. Not in Ryan, but with emails. My dad and my friend Ryan with emails. All right. I'm hearing stirring, so I'm going to shut this down. No, I'm going to continue. I don't know why it's 7 a.m. I can be a little loud. Ryan, breakup, heartbroken. Ryan's Mormon. All of my classes have this really cute boy, Brian, in them, who's also Mormon, and my friend. Like, we ended up, he was probably my best friend that semester. Him and Devin? Delane is the other one's name. All right, I can't. I'll try not to share certain Delana, because like, how many names? Devin was bad enough. But I can't. My brain can't. Devin and Delana. Delana and I got in a physical altercation, and I have so much. She knows what T is. She probably has the T out. She's a counselor at a school. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, so you are Tina Fey. Interesting. Point. Ryan number 2. Anyway, I remember hanging out in the cafeteria and listening to like Ace of Base, and Devin had a crush on one of my friend's older brothers who like were twins and looked the same. They basically look like the Weasley twins. Everyone will know who I'm talking about, because like, who else is gonna look like the Weasley twins at Winston Churchill than them? But they were also all of these families, the Mormon twins and their large family, and Brian and Ryan, all Mormons, because there's a lot of Mormons. Eric, Mormon. We were at her birthday party. Her name was Nancy. I'm going to say what her name was. And I was sleeping on the trampoline that led out onto like a busy highway, like cars driving by. We are 12-year-old girls. We were in grade 6. Carrie, definitely there. Me and Carrie, absolutely. We probably instigated it. It was probably us. I can almost guarantee. My whole point of bringing all this up was that when I went from elementary to junior high, I became friends with Leah because she was part of our bigger group, but she was in my class. So if I'd been in it with one of the other people who was part of our bigger group, that would probably have been my best friend. Proximity. And we ended up eating lunch at her house every day. And I lived like 3 blocks away, and we hung out that entire year. She's the one I ran away with. My sister told on us, and I got grounded, but I got out of it because I was the Jubilee. And then when I went into, that's why I was saying, when I went into high school, when I was dating Ryan, and I was like, you know what? I would like to not hang out with my sister and her friends, and like not have real friends. And yet Ryan was my only friend, because that's kind of how it goes when you hang out with only your boyfriend, and he watches hockey and hangs out with other guys. And one of them, Darren, because Ryan would also be Ryan number 3 would be best friends with a good Darren who I actually like, whose birthday is July 1st, Canada Day, but he's from the UK. Would hang out with on March 17th. Not the point, Jubilee. The other Darren don't like. Darren, he constantly dated 9th graders. Like, I think he dated 9th graders when he was a 7th grader, and was still dating 9th graders until years after he graduated high school. And he was Ryan's best friend. And me and Ryan ended up getting in a fight and breaking up because he supposedly liked me and wanted, like, that's what's written in my journal. I'd read it right up. I didn't have to go. I do need to go, though. All right, we'll get into this another day. We'll get into this and everything else, because this is it. Like, this is how we get to world peace, is through my ridiculous story and people coming to hear it and see it. Because, like, yeah, no, that's kind of the point, is there's something bigger we're supposed to be putting together. You make the riots make